Hello and welcome to the CAO Information Morning here at Dundalk Institute of Technology. My name is Ciara Brannigan and I'm part of the student recruitment team here at DkIT. Throughout today's event, I will be chatting to students who are currently studying on some of our courses. We will be discussing the various courses available to you and what it's like to be a student at DkIT. We have a live chat feature throughout the day, and you can pop a question into the chat and a member of our team will get back to you. If you want to know more information about any of the courses, points, CAO course codes, or specific entry requirements, you can check out our course section for all additional information. We also have a competition running today to give you the chance to win a pair of Apple AirPods. I hope you find today's event useful ahead of the CAO closing date on the 1st of February. For now, we're going to kick things off and chat to some students from the School of Business and Humanities. Hello and welcome to our section on accounting, business and marketing here in DkIT. So I'm delighted to say now I am joined with students from the different courses. At the moment, we just have Sammy online with us here at the moment. So Sammy, you might just give us a little introduction to yourself.
Hi, my name is Sammy Pony and I'm studying Business and Management Year 3 in DkIT. I came in through the advanced entry program, so I did a level 6 in OFI, and then that entitled me to get into year 2, of my program. And then I'm also co-chair of the Volunteer Society in the college. So this will be my second year chairing the Volunteer Society. We just volunteer, and it's a kind of like a fun space for us to meet new people as well and to introduce them to campus life and such. And that's it.
Brilliant. Okay, so we will get to the Volunteer Society in a little bit. First, I just want to talk about your course. So, business and management. What exactly is the course?
It's a bit of like general business course, and also it teaches about management and so how to be in a management role. We do modules such as like HR and stuff like that. So it's just how to manage a business and how to run a business mostly is how we're learning.
Okay, and what made you decide to, obviously you mentioned there that you came through the advanced entry route, so you came through OFI College beside us. So what made you want to, number one, go into that line with OFI, and then number two, progress onto us?
Well, I wasn't sure for a few years what I wanted to do, so that's why I didn't go straight to college after I finished secondary. I just didn't know. There was too many options, and I couldn't stick to any one of them, so I decided to wait until I knew what I wanted to do. But I'd gotten a job in a business setting, and I actually quite liked it. So I worked in that job for about 3 years, which is what pushed me then into the business field, because then I found that I actually quite like it. But then I entered the course in OFI to try and get my skills up. And in doing that, I found that I actually liked the role of management, and I wanted to be kind of like higher up and want to run the business, which is then how I found out about the course in DkIT.
Brilliant. Okay, and I just see there that Jessica has joined us now. So you're very welcome. That's okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. You're very welcome. So Jessica, you might just introduce yourself. So just your name, where you're from, and what course you're studying.
Okay. Hi, my name's Jessica Salmon. I'm from Drogheda in County Louth, and I'm in my final year of the Bachelor of Business Honours degree.
Brilliant. So, Jessica, Sammy has already kind of told us a little bit about her course. So do you want to tell us a little bit about the Bachelor of Business and what you do and what it entails?
Yeah, of course. So basically, The Bachelor of Business Honours degree, like that would be for someone that doesn't know exactly what route in business they want to pursue in the future. So you get to basically try all the different aspects of business, whether it be financial servicing, marketing, management, economics, anything you can think of in business, like we've done it. It's all split up over the 3 years, and then when you get into your second year and your final year, you have a bit more of a choice, so you can choose an elective. So last year I chose the marketing route and I chose consumer psychology, and then this year I chose financial servicing, which has made me learn that that's exactly what I want to do in the future. But as well, like with the course, you're not stuck in one, box. So if you were to do just a marketing degree or a human resources degree, that's really all you could probably do when you're older. But now with this business degree, you can literally go anywhere, because employers are always looking for someone that has like a good business degree, especially that has covered everything.
The business course is quite a broad course. So you were talking about electives there, do you have to have a language for the course or anything like that?
No, there's no languages, because it's not an international business degree. It's just basically a business degree. Yeah, so we just because we don't have a language doesn't mean that we won't be, put out by not having the language. As I said before, like there's so much that can be done in that degree that employers will look at everything that we've done, and especially like if you're putting on your CV or when you go for an interview, like it's good to tell the employers that all the different electives that they do that apply to the jobs that you're applying to. So just because you don't have a language, like it doesn't affect us.
And another question sometimes that comes up, do you have to have a background in business before going on to one of the business courses in DkIT?
No, well, for my leaving cert, I done business and accounting because it's something that I knew that I always wanted to pursue in the future. But there is people in the course that maybe didn't do accounting or didn't even do business or economics. I didn't do economics, so I had to start from the beginning for that one. But the lecturers take it as if you haven't done it before, especially with the accounting, that they do go from the beginning. They take it slow. If you have any questions, you can always ask them. They provide you with so many different resources. So you won't fall behind. Like it's easy to catch up, and the lectures are so good anyway. So just because you haven't done it before doesn't mean that you can't do it.
And you were saying there, that it was something that you always knew that you wanted to do. So what sort of advice would you give to somebody who may be considering studying business or accounting or anything like that in college at the moment, Jessica?
I would highly recommend it. Like not even just in college in general, like I would highly recommend them studying in DkIT, because in DkIT, like what I've always said is like you're a name and not a number, because maybe in the bigger colleges, like you're in a lecture room with maybe 500 people. I know some of my friends that have gone to different colleges around the country and they can't really approach their lecturers in general, but in DkIT, like you can go to your lecture literally at the end of class. There's like only maybe like 40 people in my course, and it's more of like a personal aspect, and especially like that helps with the business. So if someone was maybe stuck and they don't know what they're going to do, like I would go to DkIT and especially do the business course along with all the other courses as well, because of the lecturers as well, because they do help you, and the students, you get to know everyone in your course, and it's just a more personal and it's a better experience as well up in DkIT.
Great. And Sammy, do you find it the same, that it is quite a small college and a small campus in that sense? And do you feel the same as Jessica, that you have that support from your fellow students and as well your lecturers then?
Yeah, I find like it actually works out so much better, especially for people that don't like big spaces. The classrooms are so small that you do get a lot of help that you would need. And some of the modules like tend to be quite hard, especially if you don't like maths or you're not really good with computers. So to have that extra help is really nice. But also you can contact them over email as well. So they are great as well, as long as you're not like contacting them very late. Mm-hmm. And they're very good with response. So I find that it gives you a community feeling without feeling lost. Because sometimes like the campuses can be big and you don't feel lost, like, and everybody is always kind to one another whenever you're walking on the corridor. So I like that small feeling of it, but at the same time you're getting the best for your education.
Yeah, and I think that can be very reassuring to students who may be in fifth or sixth year TY even at the moment. And if they come from a smaller school, that's quite reassuring to them that, you know, it's not a massive campus, that you wouldn't be too overwhelmed. Now, Sammy, I know on your course there is work placement, but it's optional, isn't it?
Yeah, it's optional. You can do Erasmus as well, where you study abroad if you want to. That's another option. That's usually the first semester. It's just I opted not to do it because I couldn't find any place that would give me the right experience for the course I'm doing at the moment. So I didn't see the point in just doing work placement for the sake of. But at the same time, I'm quite glad that I did actually get to do another semester in college because I learned quite a lot of stuff that I would have missed out on had I done work placement. So I can always do work placement like this internship programs, really good ones. So I just chose to focus more on the academic stuff. But I know some of my friends that did the work placement, they loved it. One of my friends, she did it in Finian in Dublin, and that was very good. They taught a lot of skills. So there is good options to go out there for work placement, and you get really good experience. It's mostly international companies, so you're getting a lot more experience than you would if you just stationed with one company. So I don't know, but a lot of my friends, they loved it. They saw the benefits of it, but I also quite liked being in college as well.
Yeah, I suppose having it as an option as well, you know, everybody learns differently, and some people might prefer the practical element and some people might prefer the academic side. So it's good that that option is there. Great. And Sammy, you mentioned about being involved then in the volunteer society. So can you tell us kind of a little bit about getting involved within societies on campus, and you know, is it a good thing to do as a new student because you get to meet loads of different people and everything like that?
Yeah, I find like all the societies do help out when you join in because again, like it's so hard when you're coming in. It can seem college can seem like a big space and you don't know where to go. But having a society to cut as a starting point is really good because you make new friends and then those friends can help you around meeting new other people and just making sure that you're settling in. And it also makes sure that people, like students, are not left alone. So there's no one being left out or feeling lonely that because they can't get around or because they don't have friends. And there's a loads of like services in college. So in being with the student societies, that connects you to those as well. And it's easier then to know which way is to go, what do you need to do to get to those services. So I would recommend joining societies. Like it's one of the best things that you could do for yourself. And it's also great for college experience because you do loads of fun stuff. It just takes you away. It's a break away from the college work and the stress and everything. You just distress and have fun, and then you can go back then feeling refreshed for your work.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's a nice break away from the books the whole time. And then Jessica, what about you? Are you involved in any societies or anything to do with student life on campus?
Yeah, I didn't join any of the clubs, so the sports clubs, but me and the girls and everything like that were really involved with the SU, the student union. So we'd help them like with maybe events or like anything that really has to be done in student union, especially like the elections. That's such a great week in the college when you're electing the new people. It happens in March. We've been involved for the past 2 years, and you campaign for the week, and you wear your team colours, and you talk to all the students, and you get to know people from different courses as well. But just because just because you're maybe not sporty or anything like that, like as Sammy said, like there is so many different societies. So like if you can engage in one, even if it's the student union, and just engage with them, like it'll definitely like improve and like great your college experience.
Brilliant. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time that we have for this session. But thank you for everybody who has tuned in, and thank you to the two girls here who've joined me. So from business and management, and then the Bachelor of Business in Business. So if you do want any more information on any of the courses that we've talked about here, you can head over to the courses section on the website and you'll get all the information there. We also have a live chat at the moment, so you can pop a question in there and somebody will get back to you. But we're just going to take a short break and then we will be back
Hi, my name is Ella and I'm in my third year studying digital marketing and public relations in Dundalk Institute of Technology. So the course that I study is digital marketing and public relations, and it both looks at both sides, but we also do communications. So with the digital marketing side of it, we look at marketing but using it in a digital setting, such as on social media. And public relations would look at like the storytelling and how to create the brand for a company. So for the first 2.5 years of your course, you will be studying different modules. Then in the last semester, you will be going on to placement or Erasmus if it's possible. But with the modules that you'll be covering, they range from writing for digital media, sales, branding, accountancy, cyber psychology, and like for writing with digital media, you would do that in first year, but even then in third year, you would also do another module to enhance your skills. So you would. So with the course itself, it would appeal to a lot of different people, but mostly it would appeal to people that want to develop creative and technical skills. So it's also quite academic, the course, but if you are not exactly into like studying or writing a lot of essays, there is a lot of practical elements to the course itself, such as developing a website or learning how to use Photoshop for social media. Yeah, so with the course itself, it's there's a lot of practical elements, and this will also help you make a lot of friends in the course. So a few of the practical elements within the course would be group work and presentations. So I know you can be quite nervous when you're starting to do presentations or group work because you may not know the people in your class, but by the end of the 3 years, you will know your classmates, and it also helps you gain that confidence and them skills you do need in the workplace. And besides practical with group work and presentation, you would also do, for example, there's a module of writing for digital media, and it's not just writing up an essay. You would also be going on to WordPress where you actually create your blog, and you would be talking about your blog and writing up and being able to show that to an employee by the time you finish your course. So DkIT is a really nice college to study in, and this kind of down to the fact for me anyway is that the classes are quite small, so it's a good to be able to interact with your classmates but also with the lecturers. So I have found the lecturers in DkIT very friendly and approachable with any issue, be it a college issue or even a personal issue. You can go to them, and also the student life in DkIT is quite interactive, so there's a lot of clubs and societies to take part in. For example, I was in the horse riding society, and there's a different societies for everyone with loads of different interests. And when there's also a good nightlife, like the student union itself would organise nights out, etc. And the student union is always there for students for nightlife, club society, personal or college issues.
Welcome back to our CAO information morning here virtually from DkIT. So I hope you enjoyed the first session that we had there covering courses in business, accounting and marketing. And remember, we have a live chat function available, so if you do have any questions, pop them in there and somebody will get back to you. We're joined now with students from the hospitality sector of DkIT. So I'm just going to go through everybody and get you all to introduce yourselves, if that's okay. So Ruth, I'll start with yourself.
Morning, yeah, my name is Ruth Brady and I'm currently living in Stumolin, County Meath, and I'm in year 3 of the hospitality management.
Brilliant, thanks a million. Ian?
Hello, my name is Ian Safari and I live in Donacarney, County Meath, and I'm doing my second year in culinary arts.
Brilliant, thanks a million. And Isabella?
Hello, my name is Isabella Flores. I'm from Drogheda and I'm studying culinary arts and I'm in third year.
Brilliant, thank you. And then finally, Niamh.
Hi, I'm Niamh. We're living in Drogheda at the moment and I'm in the third year of the event management course.
Brilliant, thanks a million. So guys, the courses in hospitality, they're quite practical courses. Especially I would say the culinary arts is very practical as well. And I know that there's a lot of different aspects that we want to talk through about them at the moment. Ruth, I might just start with yourself. So do you want to give us a little bit of your background? So you were saying that to me before that you started in culinary arts and now you're in hospitality management.
Yeah, so I started in 2017 in the culinary arts, the level 6 higher certificate. And I wanted, when I chose my college course, something that was practical. And there's a lot of different dimensions to the culinary arts. You know, you have communications, you have food safety, but the practical element was fantastic. We were in the kitchen the first year probably 3 times a week, and the second year 4 times. And we did live service where we were cooking and serving in the restaurant for, you know, friends, family, students, teachers. And we also cooked for the French ambassador. We did gala dinners. And your modules would have included like pastry modules, a bit like Bake Off, if anybody likes that. And then there was a lot of researching of recipes and the technique around it. It was absolutely fantastic and great team spirit, I have to say as well. Like even after week 1, you know, we gelled. It was very small numbers, so you gelled as a team. So I did 2 years there. Went off on placement in the second year. And then I spent time over in the pastry kitchen in the Belfry Hotel and Golf Resort, which was an incredible experience. Day 1, I was given the recipe, which was a prized recipe by the head pastry chef, Dean Cole. And it was for sticky toffee pudding. He said, away you go and make that. But the portions you were making were like 300 to 400 portions. And I made it quite anxious because of the cost, but in the afternoon it was actually served for afternoon tea. So it was a confidence I got from the lecturers that took me there and enabled me to follow through on that. And then I took a year out and I wanted to go back then to finish off and get my degree. So I chose hospitality management, which is, again, there's a lot of diverse modules, really interesting. And I'm going into second semester now in January.
Brilliant, thanks Millen. We'll get into the types of modules that you're studying on hospitality management then in a little bit there. Niamh, I'll come over to yourself. So event management, what is event management? Is it a party planner? Is it a wedding planner? What exactly is an event manager and what do you do on the course?
So it's really broad, and that's one of the reasons I chose it in the first place. You can do an awful lot. Like you said, wedding planning and party planning were what a lot of people were thinking going in, but now after spending a bit of time, you know, we're all considering, you know, festival planning and corporate work and tourism incentives. So, you know, all that kind of thing, which is really great. And the course really encapsulates loads of different modules as well. So it's very practical. Like Ruth was saying about the culinary and the hospitality. So in our first year, we did a practical fundraiser module for the dog rescue in Dundalk there. And I think we broke the college record or something that year. We were the first group to raise over 1,500 in that one day. So all that kind of thing. Personally, myself, I'm looking now to work for a nonprofit when I leave. I prefer to do that kind of work and do fundraising.
And thanks, Min. And yeah, like the world is always changing, and you know, now you were saying there with events even being online, and sure this is a prime event that's online at the moment, so that's great. And then Ian, I'll come to you. So culinary arts, is it somebody who enjoys home ec? Is it somebody who enjoys cooking from home? What sort of student would get into culinary arts?
I don't think you have to be a lover of cooking going into it, because it's not just cooking. You learn the business side of your sector as well. The lecturers teach you a lot. So if you're not a cook, you don't know what ingredients go together. They will show you. They will tell you what works well with what. And in the first year, it was just basically just learning the basics. It's not you don't go straight into starting a kitchen or like full-on restaurant service work. You just learn the basics, and then in second year it gets more technical. You learn more methods, more business stuff really, and And then I'd say Isabella knows more about third year, but no, you don't have to be a lover of cooking. You don't have to be one that watches Great British Bake Off all the time, one that watches MasterChef every weekend. If you have an interest in hospitality or starting your own restaurant business or hotel or whatever, I'd say give it a go, pretty much. So no, you don't really need to have an interest in it, or like a massive interest in cooking.
Do you find when the live kitchen is live, obviously on campus, do you find that the pressure is heightened because it is like that stimulator that you are in the real kitchen environment?
There is definitely a sense of challenge and there is pressure, but despite that, you get an advantage because of it, because since you are experiencing it in college before going into the industry, you know how to work on it when you come out. So it kind of gets you more comfortable with the system and how it works and how the industry really works along with the rest of the team.
Brilliant. So it is all about getting that experience. And within all of the courses in the hospitality section in DkIT, you do get an awful lot of experience. And Ruth, you mentioned about placement that you did. So is there placement on the hospitality course?
There is, yeah, but unfortunately they didn't do it this year because of COVID again, but there definitely is placement, yeah.
And it's the same with culinary arts then, is it? Do you have placement built into the course?
Yeah, we do. It's second year.
Second year, okay. And then what about Niamh on event management? So obviously you were saying that you do different type of events throughout the years. Do you get an opportunity to go out on placement or an Erasmus or anything?
Yeah, so in the second year, your double credit module is a 6-month work placement built into the course. We started in ours March last year, so that meant I actually did 2 weeks of work placement before it was cancelled. But an awful lot of people in the class really sort of like what we're studying. We love the industry, so a lot of people will actually go out and get part-time work there anyway, throughout their time in college. So it is quite an easy course to actually get your experience from, even if you're just doing it on your own time, you know.
Yeah, and is there a link up between event management, hospitality, and culinary arts within the department? I mean, obviously there's quite a big link up in when you go out into the wider world and at events and everything. You know, you always have your caterers and there's somebody who has to organize everything. So is that link used in the college then itself?
Yeah, I have to say, like, our first year event, I remember we approached the culinary arts students and they did up loads of pastries and biscuits and everything for us to do in a bake sale. Like, it is great. And then obviously, like you said yourself, when you go out into the real world, it's good to have that experience of linking up with the different departments, because any job you go into in culinary, hospitality or events, you'll see that the three are very closely interlinked, and you kind of have to have a bit of a know-how for each industry. And in our second year, I think we do a food and beverage module as well. So it's you have to know about these kind of things anyway.
Yeah, does anybody else want to jump in on the link between all the courses?
Yeah, I experienced that in the second year, where they have a creative culinary event module. And the way that works is each student gets to theme a night, okay, for their friends, family, whoever wants to come into the restaurant, and you work in close connection then with the hospitality student. So they'll do all the theme around decorating the room, and then we created the menu ourselves individually. We did Ireland, actually was mine, and then you have to budget, do costings for the food, do all the food ordering, assign each of your fellow students to one of the stations, and then on the night then you're the head chef, and following, if it's successful, then you go out into the restaurant and get the feedback. So we worked really closely then with one student each for that, and it was a fantastic experience.
Isabella, I will go back to you for a second. So sometimes, you know, some people might, who are considering culinary arts, I know Ian said, like, you don't have to have a massive background in it, but some people would be they might enjoy cooking, but they might be a bit apprehensive about going into a course that they might think is solely based in the kitchen. So could you offer a piece of advice maybe to somebody who enjoys that aspect of it, but they might be a little bit scared about it?
Yeah, so like personally, I did struggle in first year because I was kind of like what do I expect coming in? But especially for me, before first year, I had never had experience in the industry, so it was kind of intimidating to come in to a class where you don't know what to expect, whether it's people that have probably 10 years or more experience in the kitchen to compare to me that has never been in the industry before. But my advice would be just to work on ahead and just to communicate with the other people, and never be afraid to ask questions on what's going on if you have any problems, especially with the lecturers. The lecturers are always hands-on and they're always helping along with you. So it was really good. And especially in DkIT, there is a smaller group class, so meaning that you have a closer relationship with each other and it's easier to communicate with one another. So yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, million. And then Ruth, I'll go over to yourself. So for somebody who may be considering a career in hospitality in 3, 4, 5 years down the line, what sort of advice would you give to somebody like that?
Okay, well, the course is very broad, and like you're covering management principles. There's another like really nice, interesting modules, hospitality enterprise, and part of that now, this last semester, we got to create a fictional business where you have to design a business plan around it. Then you have to do a presentation. So there's loads of different skills. We did tourism module as well. You're learning about contemporary tourism, all the different aspects of that. And recently then I was on a webinar with some of the people from industry, Fáilte Ireland and other people, and they were talking about the hospitality business, and the skills and the knowledge that you gain can be, you know, transferred to lots of other different industries. So I mean, people going into hospitality, you know, they are learning those skills, and I think, you know, we will bounce back after COVID. So it's a fantastic course, very broad, and you know, we'll see people right into the future.
Niamh, I'll pop over to yourself then. So somebody who may be sitting at home and they might think, yeah, I definitely want to, you know, organize festivals and maybe work with larger companies and organize different things like that. What would you say to them if they were considering that type of career?
You know what, just go for it. Just go for it. Like, life's too short. And it's definitely too short to be doing something you don't want to do. So if you have an interest in music and you're good at organizing and pulling things together and motivating people, absolutely just jump head first into it. It is a case you might have to sort of work from the ground up, and that might take a bit of time and might take a bit of dedication. But if you're into it and you're good at it and you are confident in yourself that that's what you want to do, just absolutely dive in head first. No other way to do it.
Brilliant. I think that's a really good piece of advice. And, you know, as I said, life's too short for that. So if it's something that you definitely enjoy and would love to do, go for it. Ian, would you sort of say the same thing then for culinary arts as well?
Yeah. There's nothing else to say other than if you want to do it, then go do it. They will teach you everything you want to know and want to learn. You will enjoy yourself. As long as you dedicate yourself and put effort in, you will have a good time. And it is a small class, as Isabella said, so you'll make friends. You will make friends, and you will have a great time. So yeah, just do it. There's no reason not to.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for joining me here today. I think you've really given us a great insight as to what the courses in the hospitality sector are like in DkIT and the experience that you get from them as well, and of course the knowledge too. Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for this section. If you do want any more information on the courses, say for instance your points that you might need to get in, if there's any extra extra subjects that you need either as well, you can pop over to the courses section on the website and you will find everything there. You might even find some videos from current students or past students who have since graduated and gone on to do other things and working in the sector at the moment. And don't forget, we do have a live chat available, so pop any questions that you have in there and a member of our team will get back to you. But for now, I hope you enjoyed this section and we'll be back in a few moments. So welcome back everybody to our CAO information morning, and you're very welcome to this section within the School of Business and Humanities. I'm joined now by Kevin Burns, and Kevin will be talking to us about the new BA Honours in International Tourism Management. So Kevin, you're very welcome. Do you want to give us a little introduction to yourself and the course?
Good morning, Ciara, and good morning everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. Yes, so I'm Programme Director for the new Programme in International Tourism Management, commencing in September 2021. This is a 3-year honours degree programme. It was developed over the last number of years. I myself have just returned from working and studying in Asia, between China and Hong Kong. I've just finished my PhD in tourism. So that probably was the impetus behind developing the programme and taking it on to the next stage. So, and we've a cross-multidisciplinary approach where we had staff from the School of Department of Music and Creative Studies, Humanities, and the School and the Department of Business. So it's a kind of mix of everybody coming together to create a very vibrant, innovative, and now a programme that is much needed for a very challenged tourism industry. Yeah, so the course is kind of multidisciplinary. We have a strong focus on the business administration side of it. And again, programs start at introductory level right through to the advanced level. I suppose the beauty of this program, it's 3 years. It's a 3-year honours degree, level 8. So students will work on business administration. They'll work on the economics and finance section. Then we have a strong focus on the tourism, be it heritage tourism, be it transportation, logistics, cultural tourism, the whole area of digital marketing management. And I suppose then in year 2 of the programme, students have an opportunity then to specialise if they want to specialise more in the digital marketing area, tourism marketing, or students who want to focus more on business event tourism. So there's an option to specialise in one stream in the 2nd and 3rd year. As well as that, students will have an opportunity to do a work placement. There's a co-op work placement, which is we call it a career investment programme, and this runs through from year 1 to year 3, where in year 1 we bring in people from industry to talk about this sector, be that in person or now, because we've been introduced to the wonderful world of Zoom, we can get people from all over the world to pop into our classrooms. So we have a career investment programme. Then year 2, then that career investment programme is a 5-credit module where students will go out and work on a 1-day-a-week basis with a company, be it at a local level or maybe remotely with an international organisation. And then in year 3, then we have a capstone project module where students will carry out a substantial piece of research. And as well as that, in going through the programme, we have a lot of links. We have, even already within the department and within the school, we have a lot of links with local industry, and a lot of local small and medium-sized tourism suppliers are keen to get for us to go out and give them help with innovative projects, ideas that we can help them maybe move to the next stage of development.
Great, so there's loads of different opportunities available to students there. And with it being an international tourism management degree, does that mean then that you need an additional language going into the course?
No, and I should have mentioned that, sorry. Within the programme, we don't have a requirement for language. Students will all take language and culture. We've decided that in each year, students will take, in year 1, French, culture and language. And again, this is skills. There's been a number of research has been carried out, and it's about the skills and the ability to have conversational skills. Our students are not going to be language experts, but they will have enough language to get through a conversation with an international tourist, and the language will be, and these will all be reviewed as the program develops, but at the minute it's French, German and Spanish. So they're the three areas. So students will take them again, and for students who are panicking and saying, "Oh, I don't like languages," this is at very much introductory level, and it's not full, it's language and culture. So we look at the culture of the destination, the culture of within, be it Germany or whatever, and the different regions within it and traditions, and looking at the travel behaviours of the tourists within those regions as well.
Great, that's really good information to note. I think it sounds like a really interesting course, and I'd be someone who loves different cultures and everything. So for somebody who may be considering a course like this and they're interested in travel and culture and the tourism sector, would this be the type of degree that they should be looking at?
Yeah, definitely. This program, and as well as that, we've developed a number of international links through the Erasmus program. So we see some of our modules we delivered jointly with maybe partners in Finland and in Spain as well. So we look at a joint project that we deliver one module together. Yeah, definitely for students who have an interest in, not that it involves international, it involves travel, but to have a global perspective. Like, travel is very much a global. And again, as well, we need to consider the local. And I suppose the pandemic really highlighted the emphasis on domestic tourism. And I suppose this year, if one of the key, I can't say the benefits of the COVID-19 was that people actually started to travel and know more about their own country. And that's very important, because then suddenly we are now brand ambassadors for Ireland, because now we know more about it. And I suppose, so domestic tourism is very important, and it's something that will grow. So for people who have an interest in that kind of travel, and you don't have to, if you have an interest working with some of our global distribution channels, with maybe the larger companies like Booking.com, Travelport, these are all companies that have offices here in Ireland that have an international aspect as well. But there's lots of opportunities. Again, it's not just travel, it's kind of the legal, the administration side behind a lot of this. In transportation as well, there's lots of opportunities in that area as well. So it's very broad area. And as well as that, I think the program is very much equipped. There's a strong academic research focus as well, where we'd like to see students going on to do more advanced studies, be it at master's and PhD level.
Great, brilliant. That's loads of information there. Well, that's all the time that we have for this session here today anyway. So if anybody has any questions about the course, you can pop them into the live chat function that we have, and somebody will get back to your question there. If you want any more information about the course as well, you can head over to the courses section now on the website, and you'll be able to find out all that you need to know about the course there. Welcome back to our section here for the School of Business and Humanities at our CAO Information Morning. I hope that you're all enjoying the event so far. If you do want any information on the courses that we've had so far this morning, you can pop over to the courses section of the website and you'll get all the information that you need there. Do remember as well, we have a live chat function. So if you want to ask any questions, just pop them into the box and somebody will get back to you there. So I am joined now with students from the Department of Humanities. So guys, you're all very welcome today to our CAO Information Morning. Adrian, I'll start with yourself. Do you want to just tell us who you are and what course that you're studying?
Yeah, no bother. My name's Adrian. I'm from Cavan. I'm studying sports, exercise and enterprise, and I'm just in the middle of the second year now as we do this.
Brilliant, thanks a million. John?
Yeah, my name's John Hines. I'm a mature student. I'm doing social care, and I'm just in my final year, just about to start my final semester now. I just finished the exams there the other day.
Brilliant, thanks a million. Kathy?
Yes, so I'm Kathy and I am in third year of community youth work and I'm from Dundalk.
Brilliant, thanks a million. And then finally, Josh.
Hi, yeah, I'm Josh O'Reilly and I'm in my middle of the second year of my arts degree in DkIT.
Brilliant, thanks a million. So the courses here, they're quite different in a lot of different aspects. The courses that we've already covered all kind of had quite common interests, but the courses here are quite different. So Adrian, I'll start with yourself. The sports, exercise and enterprise course. What exactly is it? Are you a PT? Do you have your first aid? What exactly do you get out of that course?
Yeah, so it's kind of a bit of all. It's like you have your sports and your kind of gym-based stuff, and then you have the other half is kind of a business aspect. So you get all your stuff there. So even you get your certs as you go. Like we got our soccer coaching cert, you get your GAA cert if you choose to do that one. Badminton coaching, I got my gym instructor cert there in first year. Now going into third year, we're going to be able to get our PT cert as you're on with PT stuff. But you get a really good kind of idea of it all, and it's a nice kind of between theory work and then you have your practical stuff where you get to use the facilities in the gym in the actual college itself. And like it's kind of just a nice base, and like if you have an interest in sport or even just gym work itself, you can kind of get mixed in with a lot of people who share your kind of same interests that you do the whole time.
Brilliant. And we will come back to the gym and DkIT sport in a little bit, obviously, because that would be quite pinnacle to your course itself. John, then, social care. What is social care?
Social care is basically helping out vulnerable people the best you can, trying to empower them to help themselves, basically, you know, that sort of way. Like you could be working with vulnerable children, you might be working with the elderly, people with intellectual disabilities, etc., you know, things like that. Like like I did my placement there last year in the residential centre. The year before that I was in Tusla Child and Family Agency in Dundalk there. Like, you know, it's a big mix of everything. Like the thing I like about it the most is that you're just working with people all the time. You're working with different people all the time. You're learning new stuff every day. Like, and it's really there's an awful lot of psychology and sociology involved in it. Like, so it's very much about people and understanding people and how they work and that sort of thing, and bringing that into your profession, you know.
Brilliant. And we will touch on like the type of person who might go into a social care degree in a little bit. Kathy, then what about youth work? What does that course entail?
So youth work is a 3 or a 4 year course. You can do an add-on to make it a level 8, but right now I'm in third year of my level 7. So you get 2 13-week placements, you have 5 modules a semester. I think youth work in general, it's quite similar to social care, but it's a little bit different at the same time, because youth work is literally just from age of 10 to 21. So that's the area that you're qualified to work in. So we learn how to really just give young people like a bubble so they can get opportunities and chances and learn how to do different things that they mightn't have the chance to do. And like we see, you get a different type of view on young people and stuff like that. So this course is really about working with young people and giving them a better chance in life, is really what this course is all about. And obviously you get your 2 13-week placements that are also brilliant, because you get crazy face-to-face hour work and it's just deadly.
Yeah, and we will touch on placement in a little bit as well, because obviously you get an awful lot of experience from placement. Josh, I'll pop over to yourself then. So an arts degree, it was called Digital Humanities previously, but it has been renamed now to an arts degree. So can you tell us the type of things that you'd be studying on that course?
Yeah, sure. So different types of things we'll be doing is that, from my experience out in first year, we do, obviously, it's originally called Digital Humanities, so that's a huge part of it. It's the digital aspect of it, so it's sort of giving you skills in terms of history, English, archaeology, and politics even too. But also the compulsory part of it is the Digital Humanities, and that's the digital side of it. So you're learning skills in those different subjects, but you're also getting the digital aspect of it, which not a lot of I think that, like a lot of businesses look for, and a lot of companies look for too, is that it's fair enough you having all those skills in terms of the knowledge, but that digital side of it, a lot of people lack. So this course is really good for that. It sort of brings your skill up in terms of your sort of experience in doing digital humanity sources online and various websites. And also in terms of subjects, I do history and politics. So you learn about, I think people have that misconception about politics in the sense that it's all about like elections and all, but it's actually not. It's also about like various sort of ideologies that's around the world and how sort of movements are forged with those different ideologies. It's really interesting. And then history is really fun too. English, you also have the drama side of it. So you're not only learning about loads of books, you're also learning about your interpersonal skills. So it's good for that. Social skills. So it's sort of giving you all those life skills for the future in a way, in terms of going into like the real world and going to the workplace and all. So yeah, it's really good for many things.
And what type of student do you think would be interested in studying an arts degree?
I think I suppose students that want to pursue a teaching course maybe, but also there's loads of other pathways you can go into it too. So you can go to museum work, various other things, and I think many students have various things that they think they might like, and this course provides for them. And also students that might want a digital side of it too, would do very well too. And I think it's a really good course for a lot of students really.
And do you think that you have to be a bubbly personality, a people's person to study on the social care course?
I don't think necessarily you do, Kira. I mean, there's a number of different characters in our class. Some are quiet, some are really bubbly, outgoing, but you don't necessarily have to be like, if you see people in the street or in your social circle, and you notice that they're struggling, or you notice that they have issues in their life, and you feel a pull towards maybe helping them in some way, that maybe not everybody can notice those things about other people, so if you feel that you have that in yourself, that it definitely could be the course for you, regardless of your personality. I mean, I wouldn't be particularly bubbly. I mean, I'd be a happy man, but I like to be serious enough at times, and of course you need to kind of bring a bit of sense of humor with you into this type of job as well, of course, but you don't, it's for any personality, it just depends on the type of, if you can be in some way empathetic, and you're not going to be really angry all the time. Of course, if you're a really angry person, it's probably not going to work out that well, but any type of person basically, Kira, would suit this job. And there's bits for everybody in this course, with the, like I was saying, with the psychology, and you learn about all the different psychologists and how the mind works, and sociology, why people do the little things that they do, all those little social norms that people have that we don't even think about. It's really, really interesting. I would advocate for it for sure,
Adrian, then I'll go back to yourself. So John and Kathy have mentioned work placement. There is a business element to the sports, exercise and enterprise. So is there a work placement built into that as well?
Yeah, there is actually in third year. So there is, we have our work placement. We actually have a module now starting up next semester where it's kind of getting prepared for that. So it is, but so I think that's just, we do the one semester and we do that at our chosen work placement. There was also supposed to be, I remember David and Michael mentioning an Erasmus option either, but obviously I don't know what way that's going to work out now, the way things are. But and then as I said, you have your cert, so you could do your work placement and you go to a local gym maybe if you know someone, or you could even maybe try get into the coaching side, or then you have your business option either if you're going more into sports administration or something. So you kind of have a lot of options for your work placement, and you're not really left wanting if you're kind of stuck for somewhere to go. There's plenty of options, and Michael and David help out a lot, so they would all the lecturers that you deal with in this course, they're very helpful and they won't leave you stuck for somewhere to go, so they won't.
That's really good, and it's something that has come up in our previous sessions as well about the support available to students. And somebody mentioned earlier on that you're not just a student number, you are a person in the college, and that lecturers and staff are quite approachable. Sticking with yourself then, Adrian, so the sports exercise and enterprise, as there is business built into it, it's obviously still quite a practical course. So do you want to talk us through the practicalities of the course, and if you spend much time in the gym, and then how you balance it all?
Yeah, well, in terms of spending time in the gym, like you have a whole module dedicated to that, especially in first year. So you do where you go through your gym instructor work, you learn how to kind of like lead someone through their exercise and stuff. And there's when you're getting your certs, you learn how to do your programs out and stuff. Then also there's another module that we did in first year, which was it was leading children through physical activity. So it is, and they actually, for our assessment and that, there was children from the local primary schools brought in, which if you had told me that like the year before I did this, I would have been terrified of it. Like just working with kids just seemed like an absolute whole other show, but it ended up being absolutely class, so it did. And then also I touched on it before, we had a fella from the FAI come in, and he led us through our soccer cert. And then last semester we had a fella from Badminton Ireland come in do the badminton cert with us. So you have a nice bit of practical. You're never really stuck in a class for too long, you know what I mean? You're always kind of, even you could be in class in the morning, you could be in the gym then the next class after that. So like the practical work really helps break it up a lot, and it's all really interesting. Like I wouldn't have thought I was interested in getting a badminton cert at all either, like, you know, but the course is kind of full of surprises, so it is at the end of the day, so it is.
Yeah, and the good thing about the courses in DkIT, somebody mentioned it earlier on as well, it really helps you find what you're interested in, but it also helps you find new interests that you actually didn't know that you were interested in, and now it might be the career that you want to pursue. Josh, I'll pop over to you then for a second. So the arts course, is there a lot of practical stuff in it, or is it more the academic writing side of things?
It's more the academic writing side of things. We don't actually have any work placement or any sort of practical stuff going on. It's mostly academic, but they do it in such a way that it's not too tedious. So the way for me anyway is that it's sort of continuous assessment. Majority of it is continuous assessment, and then maybe at the end of the semester, you might have maybe 1 or 2 exams. From my experience out from the past year and a half. But yeah, it's mostly exams. They're about 1,000 to 2,000 words each, so it's not that bad. And the lecturers are always there to help you out anyway, because they know that it's a wee bit unique in the sense that there isn't work placement to break up the semester or the years. So yeah.
Yeah, and so then you were saying that you're doing history and politics. So you mentioned about English and stuff as well. So do you cover all subjects in first year and then you choose 2 subjects?
Yes, sort of, yeah. In the first semester of first year, you do all. So there's 4. So there's English, history, politics, and archaeology. And they're the 4 you do in the first semester. And then at the end, when about to go into the second semester, they give you an option. Basically, you have to drop 2, and then you put 1 as your major and 1 as your minor. So I picked history as my major and politics as minor, and then some people just mixed and matched. But no, it's good in that sense. Like the lectures are great. So sort of a competition between them in a way to get you doing their subjects, so they're really sort of rewinding. It's very funny, but no, it's really good, and yeah, each subject's really good, but I just had a fascination with history and politics, so that's why I picked them.
Very good to know. And then Kathy, with the community youth work, is there ever a cross between community youth work and then John social care?
Well, in terms of practice, no. The practice of youth work and the practice of what I assume social care is are 2 completely different things. The practice of youth work is very young person orientated. We don't have much of a say. What young people want to do, we try to make work, and they're really the focus of everything that we do. No youth worker really works off their own agenda. They might have hidden one to maybe build a relationship with them, but everything that a youth worker does is based off the young person's wants, needs, things like that. So it's really about needs assessments and stuff like that. So maybe you could say sometimes we try and maybe push them into doing something that we think will benefit them, but it's always from the young person's point of view. And I'm not sure if that's the same kind of approach that social work kind of has, or whether they're a different thing altogether. I'm not really sure, but I know that a youth work process, like we would, sometimes a youth worker would come into battle with social workers and social care workers because our views are conflicting on what we think's best and what's not, which are not the same with any profession. But from my understanding, they're two very completely different processes and two completely very different courses.
John, would you think the same?
Yeah, I would kind of agree to an extent. Like there would be certain similarities in that you're working a lot with younger people and that. Like I was in the youth club there in Dundalk with a little lad when I was doing my placement with Tusla, and I was just sort of he was just sort of struggling with the social side of living, like, you know. So I went to I don't know if it was called the Youth Reach, but it was a little youth club there beside the library in Dundalk there, and there's a lovely girl in charge there called Stacey, and so I was kind of working with her, like, you know, and she was, but in that respect you're working with the kid, but I know what she means, you know, when she says that they are quite different, like, you know, but there is some similarities in that you're working with the children, like, and you're sort of advocating for them and trying to do your best and help them along the way, like, you know. But the youth work sounds really interesting, actually, like, you know. I did do a wee bit of it with Stacey there, like, you know, and it was good crack, like, you know. The kids are a laugh, like, and you sort of go by their wishes, and you just sort of try to do the best you can, I suppose, like, you know.
Yeah, but then not also confuse it with, because sometimes see a youth work course because it's not crazy high points, or that it's not a valuable profession to have, it's not recognised as being as brilliant as being a social worker or as being a doctor or something. It's just as valuable as a profession as anything else is. And a lot of young people, like a lot of people in general, would say, oh, what do you do? And I'd say youth worker, and they'd say, oh, so you play pool on a Thursday with young people. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. I do play pool with them, but there's a completely different reason for me playing pool. I'm not playing pool for the fun of it. So I think if you're going to do youth work, sometimes you need to have thick skin, because a lot of people like to say that it's not a real profession and that you'll not get anything from it and it's not rewarding, when I think it's possibly one of the most rewarding jobs that you could have without being a doctor, if you want to go that far. So yeah, I think sometimes you need to have a thick skin and remember that if youth work is your passion, it's your passion, and it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks about it. It's a great profession, and if you're going to go into it with thick skin, strong mind, and a happy face.
That's great, because I was going to come to you all now and ask what piece of advice that you would give to somebody maybe considering a career in your area. So Kathy, I think that's covered that. That's a thick skin and you'll be grand.
Yeah, I think so.
Josh, what about anyone considering going down the humanities route, digital humanities arts, maybe into teaching then later on?
I would say definitely you need to have a good sort of I'd say study plan. Definitely you need sort of good time management skills for sure. Because at first, like, it's sort of misleading in a way, because you think it's like the essays are down the line, you don't have to worry about them straight away, but they do come up very fast, like the year flies by. And I suppose just don't keep to yourself in a way. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Like I've seen a few people do that, like especially me a few times. Like, you sort of want to show off in a way, like, or just show that you can do stuff on your own in a way, but there's nothing wrong for asking for help, because that's why the lectures are there. And also talk to your friends, like see what they're doing, get help from people, and also I suppose make the most of the library. The library's there to help you. It's not there to walk past and not get anything out of it. I've done that a few times, and also know where your stuff are in the library. Like, so get set early on in the course. Don't be leaving everything to the last minute. And that's really it. You should be fine.
Yeah, I definitely think make use of the library, because I regretted not using it until it was too late for me then. So definitely take on Josh's piece of advice there. Adrian, then what about yourself? Maybe somebody who really likes sport and they like the business side of things, and maybe they want to set up their own sports business then in the future. What would you say if they were considering this sports exercise and enterprise?
Yeah, you can. It's kind of important to keep an open mind if you are considering it, because not everyone in the course is like Brian Shaw or Cristiano Ronaldo. Like not everyone's like prime athletics. You know what I mean? Like I went in, like I'm just completely unfit, and like I'm the fittest I've ever been in my life, doing all this practical work the whole time. But for the business stuff, like a lot of our projects, it's even the lecturer will turn around and be like, here, pretend you're running your own gym, do the accounts for it, maybe do some marketing work for it. We had a lot of that kind of in first year. But yeah, like as I said, like of course there's lads in the course and there's women in the course who do have that kind of interest and they would go to the gym or would play sports. But then sure, there's like the likes of me, like the kind of couch coach who just kind of has the interest in watching sports and kind of just all that, and kind of even from the gym, like I spent a lot of time in the gym, so that was what kind of led me to it. But even if you have an interest in the gym, you like working out, you wouldn't mind maybe opening up your own business. It's kind of, that's just like the bread and butter of the course, really, you know, like you get every aspect that you really could ever want or need. So it's just kind of important to keep an open mind. Don't be turned off if maybe you're not the most athletic person or whatever. Like just, there's all types in the course, so there's.
Great. Well, thanks a million, guys. I think there's loads of information there for any student who may be watching this who are interested in any of the courses within this area, and loads of great advice there. But unfortunately, that's all the time that we have for this section today. So if you do want any more information on the courses, do head over to the courses section of the website here today, and you will be able to find all the information that you need there, your points and everything else that you may need to get into the course. And again, if you have any questions, do pop them into the live chat that we have at the moment, and somebody will get back to your question there. But that concludes everything then for us in the School of Business and Humanities today. We're going to take a short break now, and then coming up we have all the information that you need for the School of Health and Science. Welcome back to our CAO information morning here at DkIT. So remember, if you want any more information on the courses discussed in our section about our business courses, head over to the courses information on the website here today, and you'll be able to find out all that you need to know. We also have a live chat going as well, so if you have any questions, do pop them in there and a member of our team will get back to you. I'm delighted to say now, though, that we're entering into the School of Health and Science. So with me now, I have students from courses across agriculture, food and animal health. So guys, you're all very welcome. I might just get you all to introduce yourselves first of all, if that's okay. So Cathal, I'll start with yourself.
Hi, I'm Cathal Finnegan. I'm studying agricultural science. I'm in 4th year and I'm from County Meath.
Brilliant, thank you. And then Rachel.
Hiya, I'm Rachel. I'm from Donegal. I'm studying agricultural science. I'm in 4th year.
Brilliant, thank you. Holly.
Hi, I'm Holly O'Reilly. I live in Calvin and I'm currently in 2nd year of veterinary nursing.
Great, and then finally Leah.
Hi, I'm Leah. I'm in third year in veterinary nursing and I'm from Meath.
Brilliant. Thanks, million. So the courses here are all quite hands-on in this section. So Cathal, are you doing a different strain of agriculture in comparison to Rachel?
No, we're both in the same class.
Okay, so do you study everything then in the first couple of years, and or can you just tell us a little bit about the course itself?
Yeah, well, our course is split, so we're in Ballyhaise in first and second year. We're in Ballyhaise Monday to Wednesday to Friday. Is it Wednesday? Was it Wednesday to Friday?
No, Monday to
Monday's
Wednesday.
Wednesday, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Dundalk Thursdays and Fridays, and then it changed in third year, and we went Dundalk Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we Thursday off, and then in Friday. Was that right? In Ballyhaise? Yeah. And so Ballyhaise is more hands-on. You go down to the farm for farm walks and go look at the sheep, and your lecturers come with you and tell you what's wrong with some sheep and go through grass measuring and grass management, and then you go into the dairy sector and just go around the farm, and it's real practical. Like, you bring your wellies and go out in your jackets, and it's not, you go in class in the morning, then it's out in the evenings. But then in Dundalk, you're lab based and normal lectures go on there as well.
Great. And Rachel, do you find that it's difficult to balance kind of the farm work side of things in comparison to being in labs, or how do you find that?
No, I enjoy both. I think the farm, like, I don't come from a farm background, so getting the hands-on experience on the farm was great. They go through all aspects, and you get a really good combination of working machinery, the sheep, the beef stock, and then your dairy, and then you also get you get to go out on trips to the likes of poultry farms and pig farms. So you cover all aspects of it, and then in the lab you get to look at stuff like we bring in our own soil samples from home, and we get to look at the different, your phosphorus and your potassium content and that, and you get a really good mixture of both, and it's very it's very doable.
Great. So we will come back to more about the agriculture course in a moment, but I want to jump over to Holly and Leah. So you guys are both in vet nursing. So Holly, maybe do you want to tell us a little bit about the course?
It's very practical based. You get a lot of experience, and you have an 8-week placement in first year and an 8-week placement in second year, and then at the end of third year in the summer you do a 12-week placement. In first year we had a lot of 3-hour labs throughout the week, and this year obviously it's less, but we still are up there 1 day a week and we get to do a lot of labs, but it's really even with practical work and lab work.
Great. And Leah, then what about yourself? How do you find the course?
Yeah, no, it's great. We get a lot of practical experience, so especially the length of time that we do the work placement is really handy. The last 12 weeks that I'll be doing is actually an internship, so a lot of places tend to hire us after our internship, so it's really, really good. I really enjoy it. The practical experience is the best, and the lecturers are just absolutely excellent, so you can't really complain about it at all.
And what are the facilities like on campus for veterinary nursing?
Yeah, so we've got an x-ray room. We've got multiple labs that we go to. So we've got a clinical pathology lab where we'd have all our kind of microscopes and parasites and everything we'd need to look at to kind of study diagnostics. And then for x-rays and diagnostic imaging, we've got literally a whole x-ray room with an x-ray machine. So we have like all the things we need to do. We've got a giant fake horse called Troy that we practice all our stuff on. So stable bandaging, x-rays, restraint, that kind of stuff. He's really good. Everything else we kind of use teddy bears. So we have a lot of sheep and dogs and cats. But it's absolutely grand. And then at the moment, everything's kind of been moved into the same labs, but we've got one lab dedicated kind of mainly to small animal and kind of like suturing and stuff like that when you get further on into the course. So that's kind of my favorite lab to be in all the time, because everything's in there. We've got like autoclaves, fluids, all the fake animals that we need. So it's kind of like a second home base. When you get to third year, you kind of feel safe in that room. So there's loads there.
Yeah, so you really do get a hands-on experience for your learning within the course. Rachel, I'll go back over to yourself for a second. So you mentioned that you don't really come from a farming background. So what made you look at the course in DkIT?
It was the practical aspect of it. I looked at other courses, and you didn't get the same amount of hands-on as you do with Ballyhaise. So it was the real driver for me to go and study there. Yeah, and I don't regret it at all.
Brilliant. And just sticking then with Ballyhaise, so is it commutable from DkIT itself?
Yeah, I think it's about an hour and 15 maybe from DkIT to Ballyhaise. So yeah, if you have the car, or even if you have friends and you can share together.
Very good.
They do run a bus system as well.
Oh yeah,
we
yeah.
had it first year. But then everyone kind of got to drive, so the bus wasn't needed. But there is that facility there if people need it.
And Cathal, did you come from a farming background yourself?
Yeah, I come from a tillage background. But when I looked at other courses, Dundalk was obviously closest to me, so that's kind of why I picked it. And then looking at Ballyhaise, I like Ballyhaise, and I was there. We went in 5th year in school to Ballyhaise, and I liked it there, so that's what made me pick the course.
Okay, and can you talk us through the placement? So you do 2 work placements on the course, isn't it?
Yeah, you do a work placement in 2nd year for 8 weeks, and then we done a work placement over summer there for 12 weeks as well. So you get to pick, and they'll help you pick what sector you want to go in. So if you want to do beef, sheep, dairy, tillage. So I came from a tillage background, so I went for beef just for a change, and I went to Grange, which is Chag's research centre, in 2nd year. And then for 3rd year I was meant to go to a machinery company, but because of COVID and stuff I couldn't go, so I ended up just doing it on my home farm, but going into detail and focusing on different sectors within the farm that I wouldn't have done every day, like daily down there.
Yeah, so you're getting loads of different experiences, I suppose, from even with COVID, you're still gaining new interests and everything. Holly, I'll come back over to yourself then. So what made you want to study veterinary nursing?
Well, I had I always knew it was supposed to be animals. Like I knew from the day I was born it's gonna be animals. I've been raised with them. But when I was in secondary school, I had veterinary nursing, I had equine management, and a few just different. There's not a lot with animals in Ireland, but it was when I did a PLC after leaving cert. I did a PLC just to stay at home for a year and relax, basically, because there's a really good PLC college in Calvin, and I did an animal care PLC, and it was during that year that I really realized I wanted to do veterinary nursing, and that's what I decided to do. So.
Very good. And Leah, if you were to give a piece of advice to somebody who might be sitting at home watching this, and they like animals and they're interested in caring for them, would you advise them to do a course like this?
Yeah, 100%. So what I would say is to go to your local veterinary clinic and see if they'd also be happy to give you a bit of time in there, even if it's just to shadow the vet or the vet nurse, just to know that you get a feel for it, because obviously it's not all cuddles and puppies and kittens. It's incredibly difficult, and it is in the medical field. So we do have a lot of knowledge behind that. So I'd always say to first check that you actually want to do something like that. Once you are in a veterinary clinic, you're going to fall in love with it and want to do it anyway. And it's a great course to get into. You can come into it in different routes. You can come in the leaving cert. I came in as a mature student on my FETAC. Or you can come in separate on a FETAC or separate as a mature student. So definitely it's something I would push for people to get into, but it's definitely something that you need to consider very heavily first, because it can be a big shock when you first work in a veterinary clinic and you realize I don't get to sit and cuddle puppies all day. It is a big part of the job. We do get to sit and cuddle puppies a lot, but there is also surgeries and euthanasias and that kind of stuff, but it all balances out and it all makes it worth it in the end.
Great. And coming in as a mature student then, Leah, did you find that there was a big gap between yourself and your peers, or did you feel quite comfortable with them?
Thankfully, no. In veterinary nursing, I find a lot of us do come in as mature students because it's quite a new course. It's only 10, well, I think it's 11 years old now. So a lot of people are coming in from working in veterinary for a long period of time to get their degree, or they're just coming in because they've realized, like myself, so this is what I want to do. This is my career. So I didn't feel it at all. There's quite an even amount of us. And even then, like, I love the girls that came out from school. Like, they're so sweet. And then the mature students were all friends. So I didn't feel a gap at all.
That's good to know then, that everybody, I think once there's a common interest, then everybody kind of just gels together anyway. Rachel, going back to yourself then, so if you were to give a piece of advice to somebody who is maybe studying ag science in school at the moment and they don't have that practical element of it, what sort of thing would you say to them maybe about studying on this course?
Yeah, if they're interested in it, go for it. I worked on dairy farms before I entered this course, and that really helps to get all the experience you can in any sector, dairy, sheep, pigs, whatever you can get. It all helps you. But yeah, no, don't be feared at all just because you have a farm. There was no divide between any of us. I'm not the only one that didn't come from a farm background, but the experience definitely helps.
Brilliant. And then there's obviously loads of things that you can get involved in within the college then, and your sports and societies. I know that there's a big agriculture society, but Cathal, you're involved in the football society, is that right?
Yeah. I came in on a scholarship program to Dundalk, and then first year we won the Freshers All Ireland, and then like that group of friends went on and we got to the final the year before, and then we got to semi-final last year. But just even your friends from that, so you have your friends from class, and then even on nights out, and you meet other friends, and then they know other lads, and then you get to mix that way, which is I found very good. And that first year, even just going to a society and playing football, or playing, it doesn't have to be football, it can be anything, will really help with mixing and getting to know the college and different people, different courses and everything.
Yeah, so you definitely advise for students to enter as many societies as they can.
Yeah, 100%. And even like you get to play with like you play with your club players, and even if you're on the county, but I've even played with the likes of Rian O'Neill, who's Armagh's youngster star, Niall Kearns plays midfield for Monaghan, and Samuel Wright, who probably missed out on an all-star this year playing for Louth. So there's players like that, and you see different class, and like they're very good footballers, and it even brings you on them when you go back home and playing different styles of football.
Brilliant. Well, I think, guys, that's all the time that we have for the moment, but thank you very much for joining us today. So for anybody watching, if you do have any questions, pop them in the live chat section below and somebody will get back to your question. And if you want any more information on the courses available, just head over to the courses section and you'll be able to find everything that you need there. But we're just going to take a short break, and then coming up after that, we will have students from Life and Health Sciences. Welcome back to our CAO information morning here at DkIT. So for those of you who are just tuning in, if you missed any of the sections beforehand, you can check out all the course information that you need over on the courses section of our website here today. Remember as well that we have a live chat feature today, so if you have any questions, just pop them in the box and a member of staff will get back to you. But we're moving on now to the Department of Life and Health Sciences. So I have a few students here with me, guys. You're all very welcome. I'll get you all to introduce yourselves if that's okay. So Niamh, I'll start with yourself.
Yep, hi, my name's Neve. I'm a third year student at DkIT and I'm studying environmental bioscience.
Brilliant, thanks a million. And then Venus?
Hi, my name is Venus. I'm currently studying biopharmaceutical science and I'm in my 4th year.
Great, thanks a million. And then Rory?
Hello, I'm Rory. I'm currently studying health and physical activity and I'm in 2nd year.
Brilliant, thanks a million. So the courses here are, some of them are quite similar and some of them are also very different to one another. So Neve, I might just get you to tell us a little bit about environmental bioscience and what it is and what you do in the course.
Yeah, well, the course is, there's 2 streams in the course. You can either do pharmaceutical science or environmental bioscience. You study quite general science for the first 2 years, and then in 3rd year, you split it off to either pharmaceutical or environmental. I chose the environmental, and it starts to really get specific then in 3rd year. You do modules like aquatic science, further on into 4th year, you do ecotoxicology, a lot of very interesting topics like plant science and everything like that. So it's really good, really interesting, and luckily there's a lot of field work and lab work, especially for plant science. You get to go out and collect samples and everything like that, so it's really good. A lot of lab work as well, which is really nice.
Great, and we'll get into the kind of practical element versus the academic side of things in a moment. Venus, what about the biopharmaceutical science then? So what does that involve?
So I'm doing a kind of honors degree, so I did an extra year, but before that, the 3 years, I was doing a pharmaceutical science. So for the first 2 years, they mainly get you to do chemistry, biology, and then a lot of the lab work would involve, we did synthesize specific drugs, say like phenacetin. We analyzed Panadol and what contents it had and stuff. So it was very, very interesting and very heavily on the chemistry side. And then when we moved on to biopharmaceuticals, then I have already half a semester done. It's a lot about the processing, about like the industry, and they show you how actually you make the drug, how you synthesize it, how you purify it. So it's very hands-on industry knowledge. So it gets really, really specific after that. I still have half semester to go. So we'll learn about how to purify the drug, how it's actually packaged, and so on and so forth. So I'd say if you're interested in the pharmaceutical industry, the biopharmaceutical science is definitely the course for you.
Great. Thanks a million, Venus. And then Rory, health and physical activity, is it all playing sports or what is that course?
I suppose it's not really all playing sports, it's more so the body and how the body works, how it functions, how it's made up. You kind of study a bit of nutrition as well, so how you fuel the body for performance and all that. And at the same time, you still have a lot of research-based modules. So say you learn how to reference properly.
Okay, so Rory, can you tell us then a little bit about the health and physical activity course?
So it's mainly got to do with the body and what the body's composed of, muscles in the body, how it works, how it functions. I suppose you do a lot of anatomy in 1st and 2nd year, a bit of lab-based work, and then there's also classes that you do in the gym, so you can get your gym instructor awards in 1st year, and in 2nd year you get your circuit training awards if you want them. There's a bit of biochemistry, some nutrition as well, so how the body needs to be fueled. And then you have other modules which will introduce you about how to write assignments and how to reference properly and how to conduct research for your assignments.
Okay, so it's quite a science-based course, is it then?
Yeah, it is fairly sciencey based there, but like once you get on top of it, I suppose in the first few weeks, like it's not too bad.
Great. Okay, so we will come back to kind of the practical element of it in a little bit, and the gym and everything, and that you get to use within the course. But Neve, I'll go back to yourself. So you were saying in 1st and 2nd year, you kind of cover different bases of science. So can you talk us through the types of modules that you could be covering, or you know, different things like that that you'd be doing in those first 2 years?
Yeah, so you start off in first year. It's really good if you do, like, if you're coming in through the CAO, to have biology and chemistry with you, but you don't need it. I personally didn't have chemistry coming in. I just did biology as a science for the Leaving Cert. And you just do like a general basis in first year, and then in second year you kind of start to get more specific in the same general areas. So like, instead of studying chemistry, you might take organic chemistry and all that kind of things. But yeah, it's a general view, but everything is like curtailed to your course, so everything is still very relevant to what you'll be doing in third and fourth year as you carry it through. And you still, like, I'm in third year now, and I still remember the notes and need to carry them through with me from first and second year in all my topics.
Great. And so even if you only have maybe one science subject, all the basics are still covered then in the course?
Absolutely, because I was a bit worried about chemistry coming into first year, not having done it before. But the lecturers are brilliant. They, even if you need a bit of extra help, they're there. But they do literally start off from the very start and help you through.
Brilliant. And Venus, is it the same then in the pharmaceutical science and the biopharm? Do you have to have certain subjects or anything like that before you actually go into the course?
No, they start you off relatively from the basis. So they get you to do, we did biology, chemistry, and physics, so the whole lot. And then once you get into second year, they slowly specialize, like Neve said, into we did biomolecular science, we did organic chemistry, and then in third year, we get more into like specifically pharmaceutical chemistry then. So it gets more specific as the years go on, but it builds on. So whatever knowledge that you have had from the previous years, they obviously will help you. And the lecturers do help you as well. So don't need to worry about that really.
And what type of student would be perhaps interested in studying biopharmaceutical science? I know you said at the start how you analysed different medications and everything. So would it be that type of student who'd be interested in this course, or more of it?
Well, based on our course, you can go to do many other things. You could do regulatory affairs. So say the HPRA, they keep an eye on the companies and make sure they follow the rules and regulations. So if you're interested in that, you can start you off here, because I think when you go into regulatory affairs, you need to have like a scientific kind of head and be able to think, okay, why is this important? To have like a basis of scientific knowledge, so you can branch off to that. Or you can go into quality control. That's what I want to do. So you're basically in a lab and you analyze and test the purity, the samples. So you're in charge of basically maintaining the quality of the sample, make sure that it passes, and then it can go on to be like medicine for people. So it's very, very important. But in general, I think if you like chemistry, it's very chemistry and biology kind of combined together, biopharmaceuticals. So if you like the process of it, the science, and you can even go into research. So some of my classmates are thinking of doing a master's and continuing in the DkIT with the lecturers or the PhD teachers here. So you can go into research as well. So it's a very broad range of future careers. So it's really anyone who's into science can definitely consider this course.
Great. I think that's really useful information there. Do you maybe want to talk us through, either yourself or Neve, what the labs are like for working in then and doing your practical elements?
You can go ahead, Neve. I'll jump in later.
Thanks. Yeah, there's in first and second year, it's quite you don't do a lot of work by yourself in the lab. You'll generally have your lecturer always there to guide you through, and you might be working in pairs. But as you get in third and fourth year, the responsibility is on you a bit to know, and like the lecturers are always still there to help you, and you get to start doing things by yourself. You get a bit more free to do what you like in the lab. But they're really good. Like, you get to do loads of experiments, from identifying animals and everything like that. My personal labs for like aquatic science and plant science, I can go out and collect my own samples, be it cockles from the bay, or go out to a local park or out to the forest and collect my samples for plant science. So you really do get a bit of control as you get further through your years to see what you want to do in labs, and it's really giving you a taster to see what the outside world work is like. So if you want to have a lab-based job, it really is quite relevant to what's outside.
Brilliant. And that's great that you're able to bring in your own kind of samples then, and you can test what's around you then in your surroundings at home. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Rory, then I'll pop over to yourself. So you mentioned about your assignments. So would your assignments on the health and physical activity course, are they more written assignments, or would you have a lot of performance assignments, as in like quite practical things?
I suppose it depends on the module. In the majority of modules, it's all assignments and continuous assessment. And then in the health and physical studies in first year, you do a gym practical. So you do your personal training, you bring someone in with you and you run them through a program and you're assessed on that, and you can go and do your gym instructor awards from that. And then I suppose in second year, there's a lab report to do, and unfortunately this year we didn't get up to the lab because of the whole situation, but hopefully in the future we'll get back to it.
Great. And then so talking about the gym and everything, what are the facilities like for the students on the health and physical activity course?
Very good. So yeah, the gym on campus, it's a little small gym in the Faulkner building, and it's good for small classes, to be about 15 or maybe 20 at most in for the class. So there's plenty of equipment there, and lecturer Nolene runs through it well, shows everyone the safety precautions and everything that's needed for it. And I suppose then you also have a class then during the week where you run through other things got to do with it. And yeah.
Great. So there's loads of different facilities available to students then on campus. And then kind of talking about being on campus and everything, what is it like being a student at DkIT when you're on campus?
It's good, yeah. Like there's lots of things to do. You've a lot of coffee shops, you've a big canteen, and then I suppose you have the snack box as well for students like myself. I travel up and down every day, so it's not like I have somewhere to go during the day. If I have a few hours off, you can either go to the library or you can head up to the snack box. Or even if DkIT sport down the road a wee bit, you can tip on down to that if you have a few hours off. Go and use the gym there and the pool. Yeah, even the library, like it's handy to navigate. There's plenty of spaces for everyone to do a bit of studying, plenty of computers, laptops and that.
Great. And what about yourself, Niamh? You're involved in some sports and societies, are you?
Yeah, I'm the captain of the women's rugby team at DkIT. So yeah, the sports and societies are brilliant. I'm also part of the surf team, though we haven't got out yet, but it's brilliant. Even you can go down even outside of training during the day. If you have an hour off, just knock on the door and say, lads, could I have a football or a basketball? And you can go into the court and just play a little bit. But it's really important. Like college isn't all about the academic stuff and everything like that. Like some of the best times are having a cup of coffee with your classmates afterwards, and involving yourself in the sports and societies is really important to I think even just to keep you motivated to keep showing up to college and actually go in for your classes because you've training afterwards or something like that. So I think it's really important to get involved and make friends and get the whole picture. It's not just about going to class 9 to 5. So I think it's really important that you have a balance and try to get everything done.
Yeah, I think joining sports and societies, it's, as you said there, it's a great way of you know, meeting new people and taking that little bit of break and getting the whole college experience as well, because as you said, it's not just about having your head in the books the whole time. You do have to have fun as well.
Exactly.
So then Venus, if you were to offer some advice to anybody who is interested in pharmaceutical science or interested in how labs work, anything like that, what sort of advice would you give to them who may be considering studying this course?
I definitely get them to do a little bit of research, make sure they know what they're getting into, because even though it is the basics, and if your heart is not in the subject, you're not going to enjoy it, because you have to complete the 3 years to get at least a level 7, and then you can consider whether you want to do the level 8 and so on and so forth. So definitely be prepared, but don't be too worried, because the lecturers here are very good, they're very nice, and they'll definitely help you the whole way through, definitely.
Great, thanks million. And Rory, what type of student do you think may be interested in the health and physical activity course?
I suppose anyone that's any interest in sport or gym or that, or even anyone that has any interest in going on doing physiotherapy maybe in later on in their career. Yeah, anyone that is a big interest in how the body works, that kind of way. There's a bit of biochemistry there as well, and once you start understanding that, I suppose you can broaden out a wee bit from it.
Great, thanks million. And then finally, Niamh, what about somebody who maybe like yourself didn't have chemistry and they're a little bit apprehensive about not having that going into college and they're considering studying a science course?
Yeah, I think it's all about following what you like and having the confidence to go for it. Like, I grew up by the sea. I know I love like biology and I love nature and learn about the plants, and I knew I would love the modules like that. I did my research. I looked to see what the course entailed. I saw the modules that I liked and the end result, and thinking about just starting to think about my future career. It's not saying like I know exactly what I want to do, but I think it's very important that you go with something that you like, something that you're passionate about. And don't worry, like it's all about having confidence going in. Like I didn't have chemistry, and so far I've taken 3 chemistry modules, and like thankfully I've passed them all and everything's been well. But just have the confidence to go with what you like and what you're passionate about, because there's far more chance of you sticking with it for the 4 years, and most importantly enjoying it if you do what you like. So just do your research and make sure it's something that you're interested in, and have the confidence to go for it.
Great, so I think that's a really good piece of advice from all of you there. Do your research and make sure that you are interested in the course and the modules, and as Niamh said, then you'll be flying there. So guys, unfortunately that is all the time that we have for this session. So if anybody does want any more information on the courses and the modules that are involved in each course, you can head over to the courses section of the website now, and you'll be able to get all the information that you need there, your entry requirements and everything else. We're going to take a short break now, and then coming up in a few moments we will have students on from the Department of Nursing, Midwifery and Early Years. Welcome back to our CAO information session here this morning. So we are moving on now to the Department of Nursing, Midwifery and Early Years. So remember, if you have any questions, we have the live chat function going, so pop them in there and a member of staff will get back to you. So I'm joined now by 2 students from the Department of Nursing, Midwifery and Early Years. So guys, you're very welcome. I might just get you to introduce yourselves. So Donna, I'll start with yourself.
Hi, I'm Donna Irwin. I'm a 4th year intellectual disabilities nursing student. I'm from Carrickmacross in County Monaghan.
Brilliant, thanks million. And Tyra?
Hi, I'm Tyra Kelly. I'm a 2nd year midwife from Omeaton, County Louth.
Brilliant, thanks million girls. So you're very welcome to our session here today, and we might just kind of discuss the courses in this area. They're obviously very practical courses and very prominent courses at the moment, given everything that's going on. So Tyra, I might get you to kind of go through what you do in the midwifery course.
Well, we have a range of modules. So for the first 2 years, we focus on normal practice, so normal childbirth, seeing as a normal part of the life cycle, how to provide equal care to all women of like respecting all their beliefs and cultures and decisions. Also being taught with like effective communication, so how to communicate to the women and their partners and their families. We also are taught how to be assertive on placement, so we're not like we can become advocates for the women. So the first 2 years is just focusing on the normal side of midwifery before we go into the more abnormal sides. And then with that, in your first and second semesters, you've got placements split up. So you can have a range of 4 week, 6 week, or 8 week within any of the 3 places in midwifery, so antenatal, labour and postnatal. And they just will go through your practical skills that you're taught in college. And then with college, you do have the practical labs in the nursing building. So they have basically like a wee mini hospital ward set up with the reception area and different wards. In regards to midwifery, we do have a room where it's set up that you can do different like childbirth scenarios and like labour, and then like your postnatal side, so looking after the baby and the mother and how to do your checks, and learn all your skills. So it's a very practical course. In regards to whatever you're taught, the lecturers are always keen to bring you into the labs or into a session in the classroom and go through the practical side to let you practice before you go out in placement. For it.
Brilliant. That's loads of information there, and we will get into a little bit more about the placement in a little bit as well. Donna, then coming over to yourself, so intellectual disability nursing, what is it? What do you do on the course? Just tell us a little bit about it then.
Yeah, so basically it's quite similar to towers that were in college and on placement, but when you're in college in first year, you kind of hone in on like your science skills and anatomy and physiology, the pharmaceutical side of things. And as you go along, you're really learning the different conditions that are out there, like the different things that can lead to disabilities in childbirth and all the various forms. And throughout the 4 years, really, you spend a lot of time learning them more in detail, and then the science side of like how the chromosome abnormalities can lead to it. And it's very good. It's very practical because you're learning stuff and then you're good at your placements and getting to put it into practice at the same time, which is very good. There's a wide range of classes. We're mixed with midwifery, psych and general for some of our classes, especially the science classes, and a few different modules. So it's good because you get to kind of see a few different sides of the course at the same time.
Great.
But yeah, it's very good. And small classes really help because it's kind of more like when you go to college, it's very daunting because there could be hundreds in your classes. Whereas in DkIT, the small classroom setting really does make it feel more like you know each other and the lecturers know you, and like everyone's on first name basis, and the lecturers really can tell if you walk into the class just by looking at your face if you're having a good day or anything like that. It's a personal course, which I really like.
That's actually something that's come up a good bit to other students that we've been talking about, the fact that it is a nice small campus and you get to know everyone really well, and your lecturers do get to know you quite personally as well. So intellectual disability, then you were saying that there's a cross between a few of the different courses within the department, and you kind of get to learn about their roles as well. But when you're out on placement then, so what type of place would you be doing your placement in? Would you be in a care home? Would you be in the hospital? Where would you be?
For ID nursing, it's so varied because it's from birth right up to end of life. So you could be in nursing homes, you could be in hospital wards, care facilities, early intervention teams, clinical nurse specialists. There's so many varied roles that I don't think I've had 2 placements that have been the same between community and office-based roles and intervention roles. It's so different that you do learn so much from each placement as you go. It's very good.
And Tyra, then you were mentioning about the facilities on campus and the little mini hospital that's set up in the building. So do you think that having that on campus gives you the knowledge and the experience before you're actually going out on work placement? Do you feel ready then to go into that setting?
Yeah, so before most placements, you might have some practical exams, like they're called OSCEs, to help you for scenarios that you might meet on placements, so you can put your practical skills into practice. And you might have your lecturers they're acting as a woman and their partner and things like that, and you'd have to play the scenario out so you know how to approach certain situations. And with the different classes, they're very keen, like even in between classes or lunchtimes, you can book a slot on the skills lab, and if you feel like you need to practice in something, you can go in and practice they'll set it up for you, and you can practice in between classes then if you're unsure.
That's great. So you're getting that experience before you go out, and you're kind of prepared then for your work placement, which is really good. And then So on midwifery, do you find your own placement, or are you given a bit of a hand then to get your placement?
We are allocated, so we go through Our Lady of Lourdes Hospital, and we go through Cavan Hospital and Letterkenny Hospital as well. And between those three, we're placed in antenatal, labour ward, or postnatal. And then in particular with Drogheda and Cavan, they have their own midwifery led units, which kind of gives you another aspect to midwifery, kind of more community one-to-one care with that. So it's nice to get in there as well. It's mostly third, fourth years. And then whenever you're in your later years, you do get placements in like gynae and the NICU to get those side of things as well. So they do give you a range of placements, but they are allocated too.
Great. Okay, so that's useful information to know then as well. And what made you want to study midwifery?
I've always been interested in like healthcare settings and wanting to help people and care for them. So over the years, I went through a range of different careers I could have chose from. So at the start was kind of nursing. So I volunteered in my local hospital for 2 years to get a feeling of kind of children's nursing, like A&E, and working on the stroke ward. And from that, I knew myself that like nursing was a great choice. It was actually a friend who introduced me to midwifery. And whenever I did more research into that, I just fell in love with the idea of becoming a midwife. So that's where it stemmed from. It was actually a friend in a class who just said, "Oh, I'm looking at this. You might like it too."
Very good. And then Donna, what about intellectual disability nursing? How did you come about that you were interested in studying that, or was it something that you just always wanted to do from when you were in school?
It was actually by pure chance. I had been in America after school on my J1, and when I was coming home, I had no idea what I wanted to do or where I was going. So I kind of applied for a few jobs and ended up getting a job in a disability service close to home. And within a week, I knew that was where I wanted to be. So I actually applied as a mature student to go back when I was 23. So through that, really, I just knew that that was what I wanted to do. But up until then, it was unknown to me.
And going in then as a mature student, you mentioned that the classes are small and everybody gets to know one another and your lecturers get to know you very well. But did you find that was there a gap between yourself and other students, or because of that community feel that it's such a small class that you kind of just fit in?
Yeah, I think the class just gelled, because in your first couple of days before you actually start your classes, you go in for like your induction days and registration and stuff, that you kind of have the few informal days together where you're just getting to know each other before you go into the classroom. Whereas I think if your first day was straight into the classroom, it'd be so daunting walking in, that them few days beforehand really get you at ease with your class. And my class, I have to say, is brilliant. Like, there's a bunch of mature students and a bunch straight out of school, but we all mingle like we're all the same age. It doesn't really make a difference to our class at all.
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing, that it because of that small class size, everyone does gel together, and as I said, it is that kind of like community feel, and there's always a friendly face around the campus. Speaking then of being on campus, Tyra, you're involved in one of our societies. It's one of the newer societies, so maybe do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Well, yeah, with the Midwifery Society, it's set up kind of to help spread campus to explain like what midwifery is. We also do fundraising events, kind of bake sales and things like that for certain charities we might select that year. And it also acts as a great kind of support group for midwifery students from year 1 to year 4, that if you have an issue, you can email one of the members, or if you have an idea or a worry, that you can put it out there, and as a society that will come together and explain it and go through. So in regards to like maybe like issues with me a placement or something like that, like it's a good support system in that sense as well. You have like the year 4 students being able to maybe give some advice to the lower years and things like that.
Great. And speaking then of advice, do you have any advice for students who may be watching this who might be interested in a career in midwifery?
I would just advise them to go in with an open mind and ask any and all questions. No questions are silly. That if there's something in your head and you might not want to ask it, you can always email personally as well. and just going with an open mind. If the small class size, like Donna was saying, it's easy just to gel your entire class and find new friends, and with that then it's just easier to settle in. So even if you're going in like myself, I went in not knowing anyone on my course. You walk in your first day, and that first week it's full of kind of icebreaker games and things like that, just to gradually like get yourself into it. And you meet the lecturers, and it's usually run by 3rd to 4th year students, so it's students teaching students rather than lectures straight off the bat, that the students will take you around and introduce you to the lectures, but then you'll just be there for questions and introductory material then.
Yeah, so again, it's coming back to that whole, walking in, seeing a friendly face, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then Donna, what about yourself? If you'd had any advice that maybe you could give to your younger self when you didn't know what you wanted to do, what would you say?
Probably starting the course was the best thing I ever did, but the time goes so quick. I remember in first year, one of the icebreaker games, one of the 4th years telling us, oh, the time's going to fly. And we were all kind of like, oh yeah, sure it is. But honestly, between placements and midterms, it goes so quick that it's over before you know it. So enjoy it, go to all your classes, soak it up as much as you can, because it'll be done before you know it.
Great. Well, ladies, that is all that we have time for at the moment. So thank you very much for joining us here today at our CAO Information Morning. If anybody has any questions about the courses that we've just discussed, you can pop a question in the box below and somebody will get back to your question soon. And you can also head over to the courses section and see all the information that you need about the courses, your points and anything else that you may need to get into the course. But for now, thank you very much, ladies. And coming up next then, we will be talking to a student from the Early Childhood Studies.
Hi, my name is Eleanor Garvey, and I'm a 4th year student studying Early Childhood Studies in Dundalk. I'm from Drogheda. So the Early Childhood Studies is a 4-year course, and you'll be working with kids from age 0 to 6. So the Early Childhood Studies course is very fun and enjoyable in my experience. There's a lot of practical elements, so there's a lot of placements, and then you have a lot of modules that you actually have to get hands-on with, so such as drama, visual arts, and then in your placement, so first year you get to really work in a crash by yourself, and then in your second year you move on to working with children with special needs, and then come your third year it's more what you want to do, so you kind of pick where you want to go, which is really leaving it up to you on what career path you'd like to take. So you could just do something completely different, such as working in an office with kids, or teaching even. I think the types of people that my course would appeal to would be people who have a keen interest in working with children, young children from 0 to 6. You could be also aspiring teachers. There's a back road in as well in case you want to further your studies. So yeah, and then I think also it's geared more towards people who can be confident and aren't afraid to be, silly, but also within the 4 years, like you'll definitely develop your confidence without a doubt, because of the practical elements of the course. So some of the practical elements in the course are the fact that we have a 4-year placement. So each year from 1st to 4th year, you'll go out on a placement for about 8 weeks or so. The first one you're going to be absolutely terrified, but it's really such a good experience because come 4th year, you'll just wander in and you won't think anything of it. especially in my experience, when I first went into my first year placement, I was absolutely terrified. But come summer, they actually offered me a job. So, you're making lots of different connections here that a lot of the time they'll ask you, do you want to stay on for summer work? Or, is there any days off that you're free that you can work? So that's a really um, positive side of working, having a placement each year. Then another few of the other practical classes would be visual arts. So here you'd be using different materials and drawing or creating different things in order to see what works best for kids and what's most enjoyable. Again, there's drama, so you'd be learning how to tell stories properly and different games to play maybe that could help with managing children's behaviour or just to provide a fun and learning experience. We also had a module on music, so just really creating your own props and singing nursery rhymes and learning how to really engage children and keep their attention. And I think all of these things are really important for going into your career field. And each year you'll be able to improve on your skills that you've been learning throughout college and apply different things because of the fact that you have a 4-year placement. So there's some really good positives about DkIT. Then in your last year you have a mother and a parent and toddler group. So that's where your class comes together as one and you actually set up your own session. So you take from what you've learned from the last 3 years and on your placements as well, and everybody has a choice on how they'd like their own session to run. So it gives you that feel of how to manage things, or really like if a real experience on how to be a room leader as such, which is what this course effectively is qualifying you to be.
Hello, my name is Anya McHugh and I am the Programme Director for the BSc in Mental Health Nursing in Dundalk Institute of Technology. This is a 4-year honours degree where at the end of it you can register as a psychiatric nurse in Ireland. It is a really, really interesting degree. It's a mix of theory modules that you get in college and practice placements out in the community and in the hospital setting. So the type of modules or subjects that you're going to experience when you're undertaking our degree are, in first year, you're going to be introduced to a lot of science subjects. You're also going to be introduced to social science subjects like sociology, psychology, and mental health nursing. You're also going to be experiencing how to actually deliver nursing care. And in first year, we spend a lot of time working with you on learning the skills, the basic skills in mental health nursing. And a lot of the basic skills are common to other types of nursing and midwifery, like learning how to take blood pressures and pulses. But it's also about learning how to communicate. So there's a little bit of everything really in first year. So you've a bit of science, a bit of the ologies, and a bit about nursing and mental health nursing in particular, and about mental health conditions. In second year, you kind of move on to looking at the specialist areas within mental health. And there are specialist areas like, child and adolescent mental health in older people, specialist areas like addiction, eating disorder. We also have placements in the National Forensic Centre, which is now moving to Portrane. Again, in third year, you go to hospital, general hospital placement, because it's really important that as a mental health nurse, you can look after people who have a physical illness. So the modules in third year and towards the end of second year, we look at caring for people with physical illness as well as a mental health illness. And then in fourth year, the modules that we work with you on are things like leadership, teaching and learning, research, and preparing you for your internship. So it's very much preparing you for your role when you become a staff nurse. So they're very, very interesting modules, and they very much take you from the very first week of being like a person not familiar with nursing, right the way through to the end when you're actually qualified and you're able to just walk onto a ward and work. This course would appeal to you if you like working with people. At its heart, mental health is about working with people, working with your colleagues in a team, and working with the people who are experiencing a mental health issue. If you're a person who doesn't really like working with people, it's possibly not for you. If you're a person who doesn't really like or enjoy science, again, it mightn't be for you, although the science component is really more in first year. But it's still important to understand things like we do pharmacology in second year. So it's still very important to understand science. If you are a person who likes working on their own, again, definitely not for you. But if you like working with people, if you like making a contribution to other people and helping people when they are distressed, then it's for you. If you're interested in caring for people, if you have an interest in mental health, yes, definitely it is something that would appeal to you. While it's looking at mental health, we still have quite an amount of skills that you learn, practical skills. So if you are interested in both, say, looking after somebody in terms of the body and the mind, definitely it's a degree that would suit you.
Hi, my name's Sarah. I'm a second year general nursing student at DkIT and I'm from RD. So general nursing in DkIT is a 4-year long level 8 degree course, and at the end of it you become a registered nurse. So you're qualified to work in medical or surgical wards. So you'd be working as part of a multidisciplinary team to care for your patients, which are usually adults over 16. But general nursing also gives you an insight into other areas of nursing that you could branch off into after you're qualified as a general nurse, such as midwifery, paediatric, intellectual disability, or theatre. So you do placements in a wide variety of areas, not just medical surgical, although in first year it is medical or surgical wards you do go to. So placement is a big part of nursing, and you do spend roughly half the course on placement, so it is really important. So in first year, you have different modules such as communication, anatomy and physiology, sociology. You also have your specialised nursing modules such as paediatric nursing, ID and maternity care. So it's nice to get a broad range of different areas in nursing. You also have a module called Learning to Learn in first year, which I find very useful. In that module, you learn about referencing, academic writing and all that kind of stuff, which I didn't have a clue about before I went into college. So I found that really useful. And in second year then you go into different new modules such as cardiology and respiratory nursing, hematology and oncology nursing, as well as a continuation of modules in first year such as sociology and anatomy and physiology, but just at a higher level. So a lot of the course is looking after people. So this course would appeal to a caring individual with really good at communication skills, because you are an advocate for your patient and you are working as part of the multidisciplinary team. So you're working alongside doctors, physios, occupational therapists. So communication is really important, but you do have a module in that in first year, which helps enhance your communication skills. So general nursing is a very practical course, and you have both practical classes in the labs in the DkIT building. So you do things like taking blood pressure and vital signs. Also, you learn how to administer injections. You learn how to do an ECG, stuff like that in the practical labs, which you can apply in placement. And again, placement is a huge part of general nursing, and you do have placement in a wide variety of different healthcare settings, like such as your general hospitals, but you also have different placements out in the community. But a lot of it is on medical surgical wards, but again, you do get experience such in paediatric wards and theatre in different types of wards. So it is really good that you get an all-rounded view of nursing and not just your medical surgical nursing. So DkIT has an excellent campus for nursing. Nursing has its own building, we're having a building. So the majority of your classes will be based in there, which is really good. You don't have to worry about trying to find your way around, which is a worry going to college for a lot of people. So it is good that you know all your classes are roughly in the same area. And the building is really good. There's labs upstairs, which is designed like a hospital ward, so you kind of get that feel before you go onto the ward, so it's not as daunting. And the lecturers in DkIT are excellent. You can go to them with any problem you have. They're so good with communication. Anything you're worried about, you can email a lecturer and they'll get back to you nearly straight away. The lecturers in DkIT are really good. They get to know all the students, which is also a huge benefit because the class sizes are so small as well. There's only, I think there's 40 roughly in my class. And within the first few weeks, you get to know everyone in your class, which is really good for making friends, because it's far easier to make friends when your class size is so small. And it's really important to have each other for support as well, because general nursing can be very tough. So it's nice to have the support of your other classmates, and you know that you're all there for each other and help each other through nursing. And the social life in DkIT, it is good. Rag Week and Freshers Week and stuff like that is good. The big nights out, your regular Thursday nights out in Dundalk sometimes are very quiet compared to the likes of Dublin, but Rag Week, Freshers Week and the events organised by the Student Union are always really good, so it's important to get stuck into that. And there's plenty of clubs and societies to get involved in if you're interested in that sort of thing. There's loads of them, so there is something for everyone if you just sign up on. There's a day to sign up as far as I know.
Hello, my name is Derek Riley and I'm Sports and Societies Officer at DkIT. Today is just a quick video to take you through the sports scholarship programs that we have available. So the sports scholarship program is designed to support top athletes who are pursuing and excelling in their sport while undertaking academic study at DkIT. So what are the benefits of the program? So there is financial support available for a student who's in receipt of a sports scholarship, and this ranges from between €500 to €1,500 per year. We also support students in terms of study skills, which obviously the academic side is just as important as the sport in front. We do have sports science support available, so there's assistance with fitness testing, and students will also have access to a strength and conditioning coach and a physiotherapist who is on campus twice per week. Students will also get free use of the sports facilities, which includes DkIT Sports Arena, which is a top class gym and indoor sports arena. And all students then on sports scholarships will receive sports gear and anything else that they need to pursue their sport. So just to make you aware, we do have a number when you go onto the website, so it's just on the DkIT main website. We have a number of different sports scholarships. So you'll see DkIT GA scholarship, Drogheda, Louth, Dundalk. So I suppose if you are playing with any of them teams, it's important that that's the program you apply for. But there also is this elite athlete sports scholarship. So this is for anybody else. So we would have scholarships across a number of sports. So soccer, basketball, rugby, GA. So if you don't see your sport listed here, apply under the elite athlete program. So the deadline is the 1st of June, and it's a very simple application process on our website. So you simply apply now. Very simple form to fill out. So as I said earlier on, you'll have to select which scholarship program you're applying under. So say, for example, I play rugby. I don't see my name listed here. I simply just click under General Elite, and then that opens up the form. So some very basic details in terms of your name, address, contact details, all that sort of stuff. CAO number. I suppose in terms of the CAO, it's important to note that the applications are completely separate. So to be offered a scholarship in DkIT, you must have got an offer from the CAO as well. So we have no control over that. So just please bear that in mind. And we will ask you what courses you have in preference here in DkIT. And then I suppose there's a little opportunity here for you to let us know what level you're competing at, you know, what achievements you've had in the last couple of years, and what your long-term sporting aspirations are. But yeah, look, very simple process. 1st of June is the deadline. So I'd encourage you just to get working on that. And if you do have any questions, you can get in contact with me. My email address is derek.crowley@dkit.ie. And you can also get me on the phone number 042 93 70244. Best of luck with your application, and hope to see you in DkIT in the near future.
So welcome back to our session at our CAO Information Morning here today for the School of Informatics and Creative Arts. Remember, if you missed any of the topics discussed in the earlier session, you can view all of those courses over on our courses section. And if you have any questions, we do have a live chat function on today that you can pop any questions in, and our staff will get back to you. Moving on now, though, we are joined today with students from different areas of computing within DkIT. So guys, you're all very welcome. I'll just get you all to introduce yourselves, where you're from and what course you're studying. So Owen, I'll start with yourself.
Yes, my name's Owen Fletcher. I'm part of the Bachelor of Science in Computing course, and I'm in 3rd year.
Brilliant, thanks a million. And then we'll go to Amrita.
Hi, my name is Amrita. I'm doing my 2nd year in BSc Computing, Honours in Software Development.
Brilliant, thank you. And then James.
My name is James Farrell. I'm a 4th year computing and games development student, and I'm from RDE.
Brilliant, thanks million. So the courses in this area, they're quite similar, but they're also very different in a lot of different aspects. So James, I'll stick with yourself for a moment. So one of the questions that we usually get asked by prospective students, is what exactly does games development do? Like, are you sitting around playing PlayStation, or what do you do on the course?
Well, games development has a lot of things, particularly the computing and games development course. It's kind of like a computer science degree. We do a lot of programming, we do a lot of software development, we do a lot of maths, a lot of physics and calculus. But there's also game development aspects. You learn how to 3D model, you learn how to animate, you learn how to build environments and design environments. In 1st year, you do some art classes, so do an art module to help you learn how to design things and make things look nice. Narrative design, game design in general, game theory. You just learn a lot about how to develop, game environments, how to develop games, how to program games. The kind of the main emphasis on learn how to actually program games themselves, and a bit as well about art and design. So yeah, there's lots of different things going on, and one of the best things about games development is you can branch off into many different areas from it. You can even go into just animation, into modeling, but you can actually go into games development or software development as well. So a nice mix.
Brilliant. Okay, and we'll come back to some of those different types of modules then in a little while. Amrit, I'll move over to you then. So software development, what exactly is it?
So just as James was speaking, the games development is more focused towards the games part, and we in software development are just more focused towards the development part of like the front end programming and the back end programming and websites and all of that. Pretty much I'm just in 2nd year, so there isn't much that I have learned yet, but yes, from starting 1st year, we've had all kinds of modules. We've even had maths, we've had programming, we've had database, we started programming with the HTML and CSS, like the basics for the web development part of it. And right now in second year, we are moving a bit more towards the client side and the server side. So it is pretty much similar to games, but then it's just that they're focused more on the gaming part of it, and we are just focused on the software part of it. That's it.
And you're talking there about the HTML and all the different languages. Do you have to know
Yeah.
them before you enter the course, or do you learn them on the course?
No, not at all. Actually, we our first entire year was from scratch, from the basics. People who don't know anything about programming also are there. Like we've had students from biology background who've come into computer science, so they had learned everything about computer science in their first year. So no need to worry about that. It's from scratch.
Brilliant. So you don't need all the ins and outs of everything before coming
Oh
in.
no, you don't.
You learn all that on the course itself. And then Owen, I'll pop over to yourself. So computing, is it all programming? Are you building websites? What do you do in your course?
Well, there's multiple different sections of it. I'm involved in the software development section, so that's the area I can speak about most. As was stated previously, there are a lot. It's a lot to do with developing applications, how to secure an application, how to test code, good development practices, databases. It's effectively how do you write an application. But it's much deeper than that. Like as I stated already, you don't need to know how to code beforehand. You learn from scratch. We learn a lot of different things. Like as I said, there's testing code. There's different programming languages such as Java and C#. You learn about different databases and how to implement a database such as Oracle database or MySQL. But it's not just about coding as such. There's also a lot of practices such as the way in which you build an application. For example, smaller applications could. An application has a series of requirements, and you have to determine the best way to build the application and how to implement each of those requirements. Sometimes it's not as straightforward as that, because in the early days of computing and software development, when you would have had smaller applications, the requirements could be determined up front. That's changed a lot nowadays, and it's a lot more. There's a lot more change in it. So it's a fast growing. Sorry, it's a very it's a large growth area, and there's quick change in it, but it's very interesting, and it's good for anyone who's interested in a challenge and has an interest in computing.
Great. And it's the same as Amrita was saying there. You don't really need to, you said it as well, you don't have to have coded before. But if you have done coding beforehand, would you kind of feel like you're a step ahead in the course, or is it completely stripped back to basics, or how does it work?
From my point of view, it was initially stripped back to basics, and then we build on top of that. If someone comes into the course with prior experience, that will certainly help.
Okay.
It's always good to have prior experience, but you don't need it.
Okay, so that's something to keep in mind if you are considering a course in computing. And then, James, I'll pop back over to yourself. So you mentioned different types of modules, including like animation and art and design, narration, and all that. So do you have to be good at art to do games development?
As with all of the modules within DkIT, they assume you know nothing and bring it the right way up from the start, even with maths. To bring it from the very basics in maths all the way up. But within art and design, no, all the classes, the design classes, assume you know nothing. Assume you're learning about these things for the very first time, and to bring a step-by-step, a real iterative approach to learning how to actually approach different aspects of design, different aspects of narration. So yeah, it's no prior knowledge is really needed, which is great and really useful as well.
Yeah, and then if you mentioned maths there, so if you're maybe struggling with maths, are there any supports available to you within the college that can help you?
Absolutely. So within the Carroll's building, which is primarily where DkIT computing takes place, is the MLC, which is the Maths Learning Centre. And on every Wednesday, I believe from 3 to 5, they hold tuition classes for, it's just a drop in. There's a few lecturers that go around see if they can help you out. Any problems you have, any struggles you have, any questions, they're there to help you and guide you through any problem you have in maths, and to help you explain, help to explain concepts to you, to help you understand a bit more about the problems they are facing. So there's plenty of supports within DkIT, especially for maths.
James, in games development, is there any like clubs or societies that people can join that, you know, that they can enhance their skills?
Absolutely. DkIT has a wide range of different societies and sports clubs that people can join. But in games development, there's the Gaming Society, which is just kind of a real casual society for playing games together. I believe there's a Yu-Gi-Oh society as well, some people are interested in. And there's also loads of different computing societies as well, such as the ACM and various other societies that people can help in. But societies in DkIT are more really focused on, you know, allowing you to explore what you're interested in outside of your course. So there's loads of different ones. There's basketball clubs, there's football clubs, there's archery societies, and I believe there's just loads of different societies that people can join within DkIT.
And would you recommend to anybody who may be considering studying with us in DkIT to join societies?
Absolutely, yeah. Societies are probably the biggest experience change they're going to have between secondary school and third level. They really open you up to, you know, the whole college, to all the different students within the college, students in different courses, students in different buildings or different departments. So yeah, absolutely, it's one of the best things for communicating with students around you and just being able to network with the other people around you.
Brilliant. And then Owen, I'll pop back to yourself. So you mentioned that you're going down this software development side of computing. Do you cover more things in first year, and then do you branch out into a chosen area then in second year?
Well, what we did, yes, we did cover more things. I should state that what I did in first year, that may not be exactly the same as what incoming students will do in September. The first 3 months, there's 3 different sections. There's software development, there's system administration, and networking. For the first 3 months, we did a mixture of each, and then we branched out afterwards into specialized areas.
And then how do you make the decision as to which area that you want to go down?
Well, if my memory serves me correctly, there was an application form on Moodle, which is Moodle is kind of the hub for where all your classwork is stored online. There was an application form on Moodle where you selected specifically the stream, the stream that you were interested in, which of the 3. As to determining which of the 3 you're interested in, there is a lot of time to kind of get a taste of each of the 3 and kind of determine I like X, Y, or Z more than A, B, or C.
Okay, so you still have that little bit of time then once you come into the course to decide which stream that you want to go down, which is very good to consider if you are considering a course in computing. Amrita, I'll go back to you then for a second. So if there's somebody sitting at home now and they're watching this and they're maybe thinking about going into a course like yours in software development, what sort of advice would you give to them? Would you maybe tell them to do a bit of coding beforehand, get a bit of experience, or what would you say to them?
No, actually, because I myself, I am an international student, so there isn't any need for that. I would just say just be up to date with your college work. I think that's more than enough, because the reason why the projects are being given or the reason why the exams are being held, it is for you to actually enhance the coding while you're doing it. So there isn't any prior thing that's needed. Just be up to date with whatever's in college. Focus a lot on college, get your doubts cleared as much as possible, if not in a class, because many students don't like to ask questions in a class. Go separately. The lecturers are really sweet, so they do, appreciate when you come after the class as well. Just keeping your stuff up to date and just start building on your skills. If you like a particular area, like suppose in first year you like something, start working hard on that, because that would build your base for the second year. Because the modules are going to be the same, almost pretty much the same. The coding part would be the same for all of it. So if you like one thing, then just start building on that so that it just helps you in your second year. That's what I did.
Yeah, so do you want to just kind of tell us a little bit about the ITLC? So it's kind of like the Maths Learning Centre.
Yes, it's kind of the more computing based rather than the Maths Learning Centre. For example, there's tutors in the ITLC, and you can make an appointment beforehand. I do believe it's possible to walk in at certain times, but I've only ever availed of the appointment system. All you have to do is send an email and say that you're having trouble with a particular topic, and say what times you're available, and then the ITLC will respond, and hopefully an appointment can be made, and then you can sort out any problems you have. Let's say there's a particular exercise that you're working on in class that you have been unable to finish, and you just can't figure out how to finish it by yourself. It's possible to try and get help within the ITLC. It's important to know, though, the likes of the ITLC, it's not specifically there to do classwork you didn't do in class. It's to help you with things you don't understand. So, so it is very helpful in regards learning something better you didn't pick up as such.
Yeah, and I suppose the great thing about that is it's an extra bit of support, and the ITLC and the MLC, they are free to students, and so definitely if you are struggling with anything, it is a really, really, really useful support to avail of.
I would highly recommend both.
Brilliant. James, I'll just pop over to you then. So somebody who likes to sit at home and maybe they're into playing games, and maybe they want to, understand how they function and everything. Is that the type of person who would go for this type of course?
Absolutely, yeah. You learn so much about, especially the programming of games and how games, the underlying aspects of games work, and the underlying architecture of games. Really quite interesting. Games are very visual, but there's also a massive logic part underneath games, and you learn so much about how the ins and outs of games, how the computer works of games, how your games console renders games, loads games, how you can build a game, different ways games can be built, different ways games are designed. There's lots of different resources within the games development course to get you a real firm understanding of games development. And as you begin to play games, then going forward, you begin to appreciate more and more the little subtleties, the little differences, the little details, the little different ways that things kind of interact with each other. So yeah,
Would
absolutely.
kind of have that understanding of it.
Yeah.
And
real
is there
appreciation.
any particular software that students need? Do you need a fancy laptop or anything, or can you just have a regular laptop?
In first year, it's not really too much of a requirement to have a powerful PC or a powerful laptop, but definitely going into second year, and definitely in third and fourth year, you will need to get some sort of PC that has, or a laptop, a gaming laptop or a gaming PC that has, the power to actually render games, the power to use a game engine. There's loads of resources online to see, if your computer's current specs can use Unity or use Unreal Engine, which are two game development softwares. You should be able to use their websites to understand if your computer or if your laptop is going to be fast or powerful enough to use them applications.
Okay, and obviously, if you were considering the course, you would get all that information anyway once you started, and you get all the ins and outs of everything that you need. Well, guys, thank you very much for joining me. Unfortunately, we have come to the end of the session. We're just running out of time. But thank you for joining me today. I hope that anybody watching got the information that they need about the courses that we've just talked about. If you do want any more information, you can pop over, as I said at the start, to the courses section, and you'll find out all the entry requirements there and a little bit more about each course and the modules that are involved. And there could be some videos from current students or graduates over there as well. We're just going to take a short break, and then coming up afterwards we have Dr. Siobhan Connolly-Kernan, and she'll be talking to us about the new Bachelor of Science honours in Mathematics and Data Science. We are joined by Dr. Siobhan Connolly-Kernan. Siobhan, you're very welcome. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you'll be talking about?
So I am a lecturer here at DkIT, and I am the Programme Director for the new Bachelor Honours in Maths and Data Science. So I'm just going to be introducing the topic, the course, and talking a bit about what it is, what the students can expect from it, and anything like that.
Brilliant. So it's a BSc Honours in Mathematics and Data Science. So that's a big title. Can you tell me a little bit about what the course is? Because to some people that might seem like quite a scary title.
Yeah. So a lot of these courses might only have data science in the title of it, but then it doesn't reflect how much maths is required. So the name maths is in there just to show you that a third of the course, or roughly around a third of the course each year, is maths. And then the data science, what falls into data science is statistics and programming and general industry relevant skills, core skills to work in industry in the area. So a third of the course is programming, a third of the course, roughly, it changes each year, is maths, and the other third is the statistics and these core skills that are needed for industry.
Okay, and do you have to be good at maths to do this course? Because obviously maths is in the title.
Yeah, well, it helps to have an interest in maths. You don't have to be doing honours maths. The entry requirement will allow you to do ordinary level, so you have to get an O3 or higher, as far as I'm aware, in the ordinary level, and in the honours you have to get a H6 or higher.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, go on.
So you definitely want to have an interest and be competent at maths to apply for the course. If you hate maths, it's possibly not for you. But in terms of that, first year we do go over everything again, and if you've done ordinary level, we will be doing we'll be revising everything that would be expected of you to know from the get-go. So everyone starts off the same page.
Okay, and the students in the session beforehand touched on the MLC and the ITLC. So is that available to students on this course as well if they need it?
Most definitely, yeah. In particular, in first year, I would highly recommend that they access resources like this. So the ITLC will be there for them to do with their programming modules, or their database modules, and then the Maths Learning Centre will obviously support the maths, and it will give the students a great feel for a community in DkIT, and that you're not alone when you're studying these subjects, because students tend to find maths or programming more challenging than other subjects. So there is so much support out there, and you should always, and it's free, so you should always take advantage of that.
Yeah, that was one of the things that the students previously flagged, that it is a free service, so definitely make use of it while you have it there to hand. So then, what type of student would decide to study a course like maths and data science?
Well, that's a good question. I obviously studied maths as an undergrad student, and I really just loved maths. I wasn't 100% sure what I wanted to do with maths, but I loved it, and I decided to study all maths, 60 credits, all maths. And you can go down at that route because you love maths. You can go down it because you love programming and you like maths and you want to combine the two, because these are two skills that are really sought for jobs at the moment. The nice thing about this course and what makes it very different from other courses that are being offered out there is, yes, you can learn maths and then even apply for teaching in maths or potentially the computing subject, depending on how that works out for the Leaving Cert, what the requirements will be for teaching for it. So you can go down that route if you need to. Obviously you have to do a further master's to be qualified as a teacher. But it also allows you to apply the maths that you're learning in an industry relevant way and make meaning out of this abundance of data that is available. There are so many places now industry wise that don't know what to do with their data, and they need data scientists out there to help them. And with this course, we have built in a 6-month internship, work placement, is probably the right word, not internship, work placement, so that the students can go out and get that industry experience. And then when they're finished this 4-year program, their CV is pretty much written for them. All the maths and the program they're learning is making it that they are ready to go out into industry. And that's the really nice thing about this program, because most maths programs teach you a lot of maths, but they don't teach you where to apply it and how to apply it and how to make you industry ready.
There's a wide range of different opportunities out there, and of course that work placement really does help you get that experience that you need for the future. And then, so if there's anybody watching at the moment who may be interested in something like this, would you have any advice to offer them, you know, if they could prepare for the course, or just anything really?
Yeah, well, if you are interested in the course and you want to find out more, you can obviously visit the website. You can also email me if you have any specific questions. My email will be attached to the program on the DkIT website, as far as I'm aware. But in terms of preparing for the course, just focus on doing your Leaving Cert. As long as you have some interest in the area, that's all you really need to do to prepare for this. Having a bit of an interest is all you need.
Brilliant. That's really great. Thanks, Siobhan. So unfortunately, that's all the time that we have at the moment for this section. So as Siobhan said there, if you do want any more information on the course, pop over to the courses section on the website here today, and you'll be able to get all the information that you need about the course and your entry requirements, and then that maths entry requirement there as well. And Siobhan's email should be attached there too. So thank you very much for tuning in for this section.
Hi, my name's Peter. I'm a first year in the Augmented and Virtual Reality course, and I live just outside of Balbriggan, in a little town called Boscadan. So just a quick overview of the course itself. Obviously it's a Augmented and Virtual Reality course, so it focuses on kind of game design and that kind of elements. So there's lots of like map design and character design, and there's lots of really great creative elements when it comes to that. There's also sound design elements and just a small bit of maths, but overall, yeah, just a creative side of game design in the kind of augmented and virtual field. So just a quick overview of the modules this year. We had a programming course which taught us C++. I'm not sure that could change next year, but it just kind of taught you the basics of programming and then gets more advanced year on year. We did a sound design course, which obviously just kind of looked at the sound design elements of games and that kind of side of it. We did a design and prototype, which was mainly just about designing characters and landscapes and what goes into making a story. We had a storytelling course, which really looked at the actual like important elements of a story that get across to the viewer and what's important in a scene and what makes a good story. And just a maths course, and from someone that is coming from a background of not being great at maths, I found the course really good, and I didn't find it too challenging at all. So the kind of person I think that this course kind of appeals to, I think, is definitely like a creative mind or creative thinker. I know from my background, that's where I come from. I'm not too much of a logical thinker, so I think with the resources that you get, I think it's really engaging for someone like that. I think there's just a lot of room to kind of spread your wings and really delve into ideas that you enjoy from a creative point of view. So obviously with the challenges that came with like last year and this year, the practical sides of the courses were a bit of a challenge to figure out what we were going to do with them or how we were going to get involved in the practical sides. But I think the transition to online was amazing. I mean, if there's something we would have done practically in a course, like design and prototype, where you would have made physical models of characters, we got taught how to use online software like Blender and those kind of things to grasp kind of the practical side online. We still had lots of practical projects when it came to programming and sound design, where we got scenes to add sound to, and programming we made just small projects on making games and that kind of thing. And overall, I think that the practical sides are still really, really emphasized in the course, and you don't miss out on them at all. There's still lots of practical elements. So just like a social side of the college itself, obviously online this year, we didn't get to be on campus that much, but from what we've seen on the campus, it's super high tech and has loads of options in there. As a social side, I mean, the groups and communities have really kept up really well. There's so many events going on online. And overall, as a place, I mean, Dundalk's a great place. There's loads of bars and there's loads of social opportunities. So yeah, as a place, I think it has a great social life, and it's a really, really nice campus to study on. Another great element about the courses and just the campus itself, I'd say, are the lectures. I'd say so far they've been super nice and really helpful, and the amount of resources they give you is amazing. There's so much to work off, and from someone that comes from a background of, well, dyslexia, the whole time I've been through secondary and going into third level, I'd say they're just amazing when it comes to helping with projects, and if you need any just for the time that we're in, any extensions or anything like that, they're really easy to contact and great to have a chat with. And if you have any problems, they're super friendly and easy to contact. So yeah. So from our class size and how kind of hands-on the course is, our class was super small this year. We had about 12 to 13 other people, I think, including me. And yeah, I just thought it's great, and it's really hands-on because you get lots of time with the lecturers, and just feels really personable because it's easy to make friends because it's a smaller course. It's not hundreds of people. You're with the same people, and yeah, it's just great from a social point of view.
Hi everyone, my name is Ellen and I'm a third year student on the Level 7 Computing course in DkIT, and particularly I study the Systems and Networking stream. Just to give you an insight as to what Level 7 Computing is all about, it's basically computer science, but with the Level 7 you get to specialise in certain areas. So you can choose to specialise in software after first year, or you can choose what I did, Systems and Networking, and you can choose specialise in the more technical side of computing. The modules that you can expect with Level 7 Computing vary within the different streams, but in my experience, I've had a lot of practical labs. I would say the course is about 70% practical labs and 30% lectures, theory-based lectures. And within the labs, they cover a broad array of subjects such as internetworking, service desk support, broadband technologies, computer hardware, just to name a few. And the more theory-based lectures are usually around the theory and mathematics that are involved within computing. So basically just maths, and then some kind of more specialized theory subjects such as like networking, like just theory based on networking and things like that. If you're wondering if computing is the right course for you, I would say if you're in any way, shape or form an analytical thinker, or you enjoy problem solving to no end, if you enjoy numbers, and if you just enjoy computers and technology in general, I would say computing would totally appeal to you and it would be the right choice to pick this course. Like I mentioned before, there's a lot of practical labs within the computing course. Luckily enough, in our building, the Carroll's building in DkIT, we have several dedicated labs that are actually rooms dedicated to our practical labs, where we're the only people in there and we get to work with the equipment. You can expect in any given day where you have a lab to walk in and do anything from taking a computer apart to examine its internal components, right up to just connecting a load of different devices such as servers, routers, and PCs to build your own mini network. DkIT has been such a great place, such a great campus for me to be educated on, I think personally. My experience has been with the Carroll's building side of the campus, as that is where the computing department is located. And if there was one way I could describe the Carroll's building is like an intricate ecosystem. It is the most interesting building in the college by far. And you will meet so many different characters and it's so easy to make friends. Another great thing about computing is the small class sizes. So within the course itself, it gives you a great opportunity to just bond with the people around you. It's not overwhelming, like you're not going to be stuck in a room with hundreds of people that you don't know. Personally, my class is about 10, so there's me and 9 other people, which is really nice. And it's just easy to make friends when you're in a small group of people. The lecturers within the computing department I've always found to be really, really approachable. They're always so lovely, very understanding if you have any issues, and they're literally just an email away. They're honestly at their beck and call, they're willing to help with anything. They want you to succeed.
So hello everybody and welcome back to our session here for courses in the School of Informatics and Creative Arts. If you are just tuning in now, do remember that there's a live chat function available for you today. So we have staff answering questions there for anything that you may need to know. If you've missed any of the information in the previous sessions, you can check out all the information on our courses section of the website here today. So I'm delighted to say now I'm joined with students from the Department of Creative Arts, Media and Music. So guys, you're all very, very welcome to our CAO information morning today. I'm just going to go around everybody and ask you all to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about where you're from and what course you're studying. So Cian, I'll start with you.
Hi, my name is Cian. I'm from Dundalk. And I am in year 2 music.
Brilliant, thanks a million. And Hannah?
Hi, my name's Hannah. I am from Dundalk and I am in year 4 film and TV production.
Great, thanks a million. Connor?
Hi, my name is Connor. I am in year 3 theatre and film practice, and I'm from just outside Drogheda.
Brilliant, thank you. Ali?
Hey, I'm Ellie May, year 3 music and audio production. I'm from Galway.
Brilliant, thank you. And Ryan?
Hi, I'm Ryan and I am a creative media graduate and I graduated in 2017.
Great, thanks a million guys. So obviously the courses in this area are very practical courses and they're a very unique type of course in that sense. So Cian, I'll go back to yourself. What made you decide to want to study music?
I wanted to improve my musicianship generally with studying different styles of music and also working on my instrument playing. I also wanted to invest some time in learning theory and things like that.
And does your course cover all those aspects, the theoretical side and the practical side of music?
Yeah, it does. It has multiple aspects of practical elements, and it also has very in-depth study of theory.
Great, okay, and we'll go back to your course then in a little bit and about what students can expect on the course. Ellie May, I'll come to you then. So what made you want to decide to study at DkIT?
Well, I did a 2-year music performance course straight after the Leaving Cert, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do next. And then I kind of got into like the technical aspect of making music, like in the box, as they call it, producing my own stuff. And I was researching like different courses, and DkIT just seemed to have kind of like the best facilities. It has a really good studio, so that's kind of what drew me there.
Brilliant. And is there, so some people who might get into the technical side of music might also play music. So is there an opportunity for you to play music on your course?
Yeah, absolutely. We have modules in first year, every year really, where we have to produce a whole track, and it's kind of recommended that you bring in other people. But thus far, I've done all of them myself, so I've played on my own stuff, and for other people as well, because you need musicians for different kind of assignments and stuff. So yeah, definitely.
Brilliant. And we'll get to like the cross between your course and a few other courses in a moment as well. Hannah, I'll jump over to you then. So what about you? What made you decide to study here at DkIT?
Well, when I was researching other courses, a lot of them were very film theory heavy, and I found with the course at DkIT, when I looked through the different modules and elements, that it was like a lot more hands-on, and you got an all-round experience of film production. So I didn't know what I wanted to specialise in, so I thought that this would be a good option.
Brilliant. And what about yourself, Connor?
Well, I decided to go into theatre and film because I had a general interest in film, and I've been on stage for quite a good portion of me growing up. So I decided that theatre would be the best way to go down if I wanted to kind of advance in that career. And DkIT had the best course options of the lot of them in terms of theory and actual practical work as well. So.
Brilliant. And then what about yourself, Ryan?
Yeah, I kind of took a bit of a untraditional route to get to college. I went into the army straight out of school and realized very fast that this wasn't for me, and kind of needed a bit of a backup plan, and didn't know what I wanted to do with myself. So I did a PLC in creative media in O'Fee College, and there was strong links with DkIT, and you got to go over and see the facilities and talk to students and build kind of bridges over. And then when it was time to progress into third level, I done my research into other colleges, and I would have been foolish to pass it up what was on my doorstep between the balance between practical and theoretical work, and then the facilities as well, and then having general chats with the lecturing staff. Like it was a bit of a no-brainer then for me to go to DkIT, really.
As I said, obviously there's a lot of creativeness in this section, and all the courses are very creative. Is there a link between any of the courses? So Hannah, do you get to work with any of the music students or audio production or even the theatre students?
Yeah, in second year we did a module where it was live music production. So we were working with 6 cameras at once, filming someone performing in some sort of way with music. And we worked with the music and audio students. They did the audio recording and we did the video recording. And then with theatre and film in first year we do a few modules, and then we always hit them up if we ever need actors, which is it's pretty handy. It works well together.
And Connor, do you like that bridge between the film where you get that extra bit of experience, I suppose?
Yeah, it's a great kind of opportunity to learn the difference between acting for stage and acting for camera, because they're actually quite different. So because our course is quite broad in terms of theatre and film, we get kind of the best of both worlds. As well as that, we get to work with the music students as well. When they put on especially the graduate students in fourth year, they do a show, they put on a musical. So we have to provide the technical aspect of that. So we get a really good, well-rounded experience with all kind of different aspects of the creative side.
That's good that everybody kind of gets to link up together, and you do get loads of different experiences, and it looks really good for your CV. So speaking of CV and everything, Ryan, I'll jump to you. Is there work placement involved in the creative media course?
When I was a student, there wasn't. I was the last cohort of the communications and creative media course, but now it has evolved, and there is work placement in the third year of it now, which is fantastic, because it was something that you do feel like you've missed out on, and especially upon graduation, you feel like it was a bit of a missing notch in your CV when looking for jobs. So I'm really happy to see that it has been added into the courses, and from talking to past students, like it has been a massive benefit for them.
Yeah, and I suppose work placement really gives you that extra bit of experience and, kind of getting your foot in the door if there's any big companies then that you wanted to work with. Hannah, I'll come back over to you for a second then. So on film and TV, can you talk us through some of the different types of things that you'd be doing in the studios on campus and maybe kind of what the studios look like?
Yeah, so we have our 4K TV studio, and there's 3 main cameras and 1 jib, which would be the one on the crane, and there's a gallery upstairs, so you get a fair good bit of experience in how a live TV production would work. There's also 3 editing suites. There's one main one that would have Premiere Pro, Avid Media Composer, and all the editing facilities that you'd need. It's been so long since I've been there, I can't remember what even is there. So we have other rooms that would be used with like green screens, and they'd be used for your practical courses to learn how to use the camera equipment. And yeah, they're mostly the practical modules, and there's other modules in script writing, in film theory, in film analyzation. So there's a really good balance between the practical and the theory element of the course.
And if any student who's watching this now were considering studying film, but they might be a little bit weak in some areas, maybe in English they might be a little bit weak, could you offer any advice to them around that?
Yeah, to be fair, when I started, I hadn't a clue what I wanted to do in film. I just knew I wanted to work in it, and I wasn't that strong in English myself. But you only really need a bit of awareness with English for the script writing module, but it's not really as difficult as it sounds. It's more how to write a script, not how to write in general. But yeah, there's a widespread of different types of modules, so you'll find what you want to specialize in and run with it. Like, you don't have to be good at everything in this course.
And then Ellie May, coming to you then for a second as well. So audio and music production, if somebody's sitting at home and they're really interested in, at the moment they're messing around during lockdown with like the likes of Audacity or something like that, would an audio and music production course be something that they might be looking at if they're interested?
Yeah, absolutely. Like when I first looked into it, it was only because we had a music production software module in my last course that was only 1 semester long. But I just got so into the idea of like making my own stuff and producing everything myself. But it's like so broad, like there's so much you can do with it. Like some of the people in the course, they want to produce other people's music. Some people want to do live sound. Some people want to work for like audio on TV and film. Some people want to do radio. Like there's so much you can do with it. So absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. So that's a good piece of advice there. And then Ryan, coming to you then. So creative media, what type of person or student what type of interest would they have to be interested in a course like creative media?
Oh, you could have any one of many interests: photography, videography, graphic design, script writing, 3D animation, audio production, radio production. You really do get like a big balance of different creative outlets throughout it, and that's just like to name some of the practical ones. And if you're into the theoretical side of media, such like is like how media revolves around the culture and how media kind of defines culture, or media law, there's any amount of outlets really that you do study, and I think you get that much of a balance between practical and theoretical. You can really determine maybe in your third or fourth year what avenue you wanna pursue, and I think most people would be shocked to find that from first year to fourth year they'll want to be chasing something else upon graduation. I know I'd say 90% of my classmates did, and we're all in different avenues now at the minute, and all very different avenues.
Great. So it's quite a broad course in the sense that you can have a lot of different types of interests and you can still find something to fit you in the course. Then kind of going to the social aspect of the college itself. So are there any, I know obviously we're in lockdown at the moment and we're not on campus unfortunately, but are there any sports and societies that you're involved in? Anyone? I'll open that one up to anyone.
I had a brief stint with the Photography Society in first and second year, and then just as I kind of went into third and fourth year, kind of focused more on the academic side of things and kind of knuckle down. But yeah, no, it was fantastic. You do get to meet a lot of fantastic people, and you'll come across other people in different societies as well. And it's something that I would highly recommend, especially for first years coming in that might be from out of town or out of county, and you do get to meet a lot of like-minded and similar people with different interests that would be in the same boat as yourself. So I would highly recommend it to any incoming first years or even any year at all, that it's something different and you get to meet the new people and get some new experiences on your belt.
Great. Anyone else? No?
It's something I definitely regret not doing in first year and second year, is not joining all societies. Like when it comes to third and fourth year, you're kind of like so busy that you're like, why didn't I do that?
Yeah, I suppose I was a student as well, and I kind of felt the same. I didn't join enough societies in first and second year, and as you said there, Hannah, like when you get to third and fourth year, and as Ryan said, it switches back to a little bit more academic side of things, and you do kind of forget that you missed out on some of it. So definitely, if you can, join up any societies. And then student life and everything like that around the campus. What's it normally like when we are on campus? Is there a good buzz about the place, or anything like that? Anyone?
There's a general great buzz around the college, especially when there's when you go in first to meet new people and you have a group kind of project like that. You get to meet a lot of, especially in the creative campus, or the creative side of the campus. You get to meet, as Ryan said, a lot of like-minded people who joined the college to do what they love, and I would say you won't be long finding friends, because there's a lot of people out there that you can go out and meet and socialize with. So there's a great kind of buzz, and when you come in every day after that, it's not like you're going to learn something. You just come in to see your mates, and then the plus side is you're going to expand your career and learn new skills and stuff. It's great.
That's brilliant. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think that because DkIT it's a smaller campus within third level in Ireland, and some people might see that as a negative, but like it is, like in the grand scheme of things, I think it's a massive positive, because you, like, not only do you get to meet people from your own course, you get to meet people from other courses. Like I spent 90% of my time in the Carroll's building, but you get to meet engineers, you get to meet nurses, you get to meet people in business and stuff like that, and like you're only 10 minutes away from each other, and you do cross paths and you do get to meet people, and especially through mixed modules and stuff like that, and these people become your friends for life. And like I've had so many friends from other courses that I still keep in contact with today, and like I'm out of college almost 4 years now, so it is, I think, like having that small close-knit community, it's fantastic.
Yeah, like the campus itself is quite small in that sense, but it's kind of, it makes you kind of feel like you're in a big family, I think, in DkIT. So then, just to wrap things up then for this session, Cian, if you were to give a piece of advice to somebody sitting at home who likes to play music in their room, maybe at the moment, or maybe they're a grade A piano player or whatever, what sort of advice would you give them if they're interested in studying music in college?
I think you should go in with good goals and try and focus and work on your musicianship, and use the 4 years that you have to make the most of it. You know, because you're there to learn, and you're there to improve yourself. Like for me, I'm a guitar player, and I found that I'm in second year now, but even in the last year and a half, the last 3 semesters, I've already found that I've made massive improvements in my playing just from being in the course and working on it and all. So I'd say that definitely go in, and also to go in with an open mind, because when you're doing the DkIT course, you have so many different aspects of music to think about, with classical and trad and everything, and you can have a lot of fun in these things that even if you think you're not going to be interested in them, you might find that you would be. So be open-minded and work on your musicianship. That's what I would say.
Brilliant. I think that's a great piece of advice. And Ellie Mae, what about yourself? Maybe somebody, as I said, who's sitting at home and they're messing around with Audacity or something like that.
Yeah, it's same as Cian. Like, I don't know really like what I was expecting when I came into it, but I've just had such a great time. And in the 3 years almost that I've been there thus far, like I can tell I've gotten so much better at everything that I do, and the lecturers are great people, and they're all so good at what they do, not only as educators, but like respectively in their own fields. Like the experience that you'll gain and the skills you'll gain are just, it's fantastic. Like,
brilliant. Thanks a million. And Hannah, what about you? If somebody's maybe at home and they like, I don't know, maybe they want to get into TV work, or they like shooting things on their phone at the moment, what would you say to them?
I would say definitely to keep an open mind going into a course, like any kind of creative course. I know when I started, I really wanted to be director, and now coming out the other side, that is not what I'm good at. I much prefer producing. So I definitely think try all the elements out and see which one suits you best, and really throw yourself into the course. Like, you're not gonna, like, there's nothing to lose, so try everything and you'll find what you're good at, and you'll definitely find that you'll enjoy it a lot more when you've tried everything out. You're not missing out on anything.
Brilliant, thanks a million. And then Connor, maybe somebody who's interested in drama or any side of theatre at home, what would you say to them?
Well, the one piece of advice I would give is to start watching as many plays as you can to get the feel for watching plays, because you will be given tasks to start reading plays and watching plays and trying to analyze them and take notes and stuff like that. So I would get into the habit of starting to watch plays, any genre of play that you want, really. And the other thing would be just to, if you do want to do this course, I would highly recommend that you take it upon yourself to throw yourself into the acting, because there is a lot of acting training, and if you don't kind of push yourself and throw yourself into every exercise you do, you'll find yourself not moving forward in that regard. So I would just say, just keep an open mind, as everybody said, and just go for it. Don't hold back. There's nothing to lose.
Okay, so unfortunately that's all the time that we have for the moment now for this session. So thank you very much to everybody who joined us here. Remember, for anyone watching, if you do have any questions, do pop them in the live chat section and somebody will get back to you there. So if anybody wants any more information on the courses discussed here within the Department of Creative Arts, Media and Music, then you can pop over to the courses section of the website and you'll be able to see all the information there, your points that you need, if there's any specific entry requirements. And there's also a few different videos there from past graduates and there might be some from current students as well. So you can get a few different perspectives on the course. But that's all for now for this session anyway, and come back and join us in a few moments Welcome back to our CAO information morning here at DkIT, and you're very welcome to our session from the School of Informatics and Creative Arts. I'm now joined with lecturer and program director of our new musical theatre course, Annalisa Monticelli. So Annalisa, you're very welcome. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the course?
Yes, Kira, thank you. So as Kira said right there, my name is Annalisa Monticelli. I'm a piano player, a singer, and a choral conductor. And in DkIT, I mainly work in the music department. I'm the repetitor. I take the choirs. I teach various classes as well as keyboard. And I also work with other programs such as theater and creative media. And the musical theater degree, we are very proud of. We wrote it with my colleagues in the last year, and it's based on 3 years work. It's a level 7. And as any musical theater, is based on the 3 strands of musical theater that will be singing, dancing, and acting. And then every year we will be focusing on some extra material that is directly related with musical theater. For example, in year 1, we cover the history of, sorry, that's year 2. In year 1, we do music theory for musical theater. In year 2, we focus on the history of musical theater. And in year 3, we focus on the professional aspect of musical theater, training the students into the audition process, preparing their portfolios, and putting on 2 productions.
Great. So you cover lots of different topics, I suppose, in the course. So for somebody who may be looking at this type of course, what sort of interests would they have? Like, do they just like to perform, or should they be able to sing, or what should they have coming into the course?
I think that they should have at least one of the strands that they're very strong. And normally that's the profile we get, Kira. We get like a really good actor that loves singing and dancing as well. In some cases, we also could get a wonderful dancer that wants to improve their singing and their acting. And same for a singer. We may get a singer that is already quite solid, but likes to develop those 2 strands a little further. Or as well as that, we may get one of the many wonderful performers that are in the societies around Ireland. We have more than 150 societies of musical theatre. So they're already quite strong in the 3 strands, but they want to improve and they want to bring their training to a level 7 degree, as well as getting a university, a college degree, while doing what they love, that is musical theatre.
So then the performance element of the course, what are so you mentioned that there's 2 performances that you put on, 2 productions. So how does that work then?
Okay, so as you mentioned before, I think all comes together actually in the performances, because again, we will have various levels in the first years. We may have the really strong dancer that needs to work in his singing and his acting, and the other way around for other people. So the idea that we had was to put 2 large performances actually in year 3. The first one will be slightly smaller, more like what in opera will be called like an opera scenes, made with piano, and it's slightly smaller scale, but still in the theater, and it's quite a number of credits. And then we are hoping for second semester to have a proper evening performance that will be most of their semester actually dedicated to the performance, and bring it as a professional level as we can.
Great. And then what type of opportunities are available to graduates after they complete the level 7?
Well, I think that the most obvious opportunity will be to think about performing, of course, right? So that's what the target is. But as well as that, we can't exclude something like teaching, privately or publicly doing some extra training just to validate their degree in teaching. But as well as that, there's new strands like journalism and broadcasting that are very current actually nowadays, as well as community art work, as well as administration of art. And probably some of them will like to work in the technical side of musical theatre, as happened with theatre students as well, that they decide that their side is the back of the theatre more than the front. So I guess they have all that variety of choices to take. And as well as that, we are hoping as soon as we are up and running to develop a new add-on year so that we can convert the level 7 into level 8 for the degree, so the students can get a much more academic degree as well, and probably move into a master's further down the line if they like.
Great. So then there are different opportunities available. And just when you mention academic there, I think maybe when people think of musical theatre, they do just think of performing all the time. And you have mentioned about the different modules that you take, so the music theory and musical theatre history and everything. So are there any big written projects that students would have to undertake on the course?
Not really on the first 3 years of the level 7. There will be, of course, short assessments for a variety of history-based courses, like variety of Vaudeville, for example, just comes to my mind. But it won't be heavy on academics yet, but it will give them a good rounded training. So there will be a good element of academics as well, just to prepare them for a future step in level 8 or a teaching degree or anything that could be related with that, with academia. But it is strongly based on performance. That's why the degree is a level 7 and not a level 8.
Great. Okay, well, unfortunately, that's all the time that we have for the moment. So thank you very much for joining me today, Annalisa. If anybody does want any more information on the course in the BA in musical theatre, you can head over to the courses section here on the website and you'll be able to find out all the information that you need and more about the audition process as well. And remember, if you do have any questions, please just pop them in the live chat feature below and somebody will get back to you. So thank you everybody who has joined us so far for our sessions today. We're now moving on to the final session of our CAO information morning here in DkIT. So this session is covering the courses within the School of Engineering. So I have a few students here with me at the moment from a few different courses, so I'll get them all to introduce themselves. So Ellen, I'll start with yourself.
Hi, I'm Ellen. I'm from Monaghan. I'm currently doing building surveying and I'm in year 2.
Brilliant, thanks a million. And then Tan.
Hello, my name is Tan. I'm from Malaysia. I'm currently a student in mechanical engineering, 4th year.
Brilliant, thanks a million. Ben.
Hello, my name is Ben McCord. I'm from Drogheda. I'm a 3rd year student in the BA in Honours degree in Civil Engineering.
Brilliant, thank you. Kirby.
Hello, my name is Kirby. I'm from Panama and currently I'm in Engineering Common Entry course. It's my 1st year there.
Brilliant, thank you. And then finally, Lily.
Hello, my name is Lily. I'm from Cavan and I'm studying civil engineering year 1 at level 7.
Great, thanks a million everybody. So we might just get into a little bit about what the different courses are within the School of Engineering here. So Ben, I might go to you first. Do you want to maybe tell us a little bit about the civil engineering course and what you do in it?
Yeah, I started off in the Common Entry 1st year. I was the 1st year of it in the college, and then I was in 2nd year I specialised. 1st year we got really broad understanding of all the engineering disciplines, so anyone who wasn't able to, or wasn't already made their mind up on what they want to do could go in and decide then. But I knew I wanted to do. But when I went on the 2nd year, then when everything got specialised, it started to get really good. We started doing more like practicals, as in labs, civil labs, like with surveying, other stuff like in the geotech lab, and we got to do structures and stuff like that, which is much more specialised, which is much more enjoyable, I thought. The modules are, I think, in DkIT is really the civil engineering part is very practical, and it's leaned towards industry compared to some of the other colleges around the place, I think. So,
Brilliant.
and then third year has been obviously different because of COVID, but it's still been really, really good, like really well done, and we've kind of moved on to more higher end stuff now of calculations and design and stuff. So that's what we started doing this year. So it's very interesting.
So you mentioned there about like industry and stuff. So we'll get to some of that in a moment. Ellen, then I'm going to come to you next. So building surveying, what does a building surveyor do, and what do you do in your course?
Well, a building surveyor basically would just look at buildings and see how they could be improved. So in first year, it's actually like a common course between the architect, technologists, the construction management, and the building surveyors. So in year 2, you can choose if you want to stay in your course or if you want to swap. So it's quite broad. There's a lot of drawing in it in first year. And there's lots of different modules, so you can really find out what you want to do. And then in second year, there's a lot of projects as well, so it's quite practical. Like I'm constantly learning from doing things rather than.
Yeah, so it's that hands-on learning experience. And then Tan, what about in mechanical engineering? Are you working on cars the whole time, or what do you do in mechanical engineering?
Well, we don't practically work on cars, but in the first year, we mostly learn about theories about stuff, like just general theories, and some of the hands-on work, like machining and stuff. And then on the second year, you get the chance to get to an internship. For myself, I got the opportunity to go on to Germany as an intern. So I worked there for like 3 months during the summer. And the things that you learn in college, they are extremely useful. They are not just based on papers and stuff like that. You actually get to use all of that skill in the actual industry. Even themselves are quite surprised that our college have covered something like that, like material handling. They never expected something like that. So there's a lot of calculations as well. So maths, it's still a thing. And yeah, they do practical stuff that is actually going to be useful when you go to work, like CAD, SolidWorks and stuff. So yeah, it's a pretty good course. And I definitely recommend it.
Great. So again, like Alan was saying there, it's that whole hands-on experience learning while you're doing. Kirby, then I'll come to you. So you're in the Common Entry Engineering degree. So do you maybe want to tell us what you do within that one before you make the decision down which route you want to go?
Yep. So basically, we give all the basics about civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. And I find it quite interesting because even though it's all virtual because of COVID, I learned a lot because there's a lot, for example, in electrical engineering, we do a lot of simulations in a special software, and it's quite interesting to use it. In mechanical engineering, I had the opportunity this year to go to lab, and it's very interesting as well. And civil, we haven't had the chance to go to labs, but in short words, the 3 courses are interesting, and that's basically it. We just learn the basics from each one, and then choose the one that is most interesting to us.
And is it a difficult decision to make that choice as to which stream that you want to go down?
Well, that depends on the student. Okay. Like for now, I think I'm going to choose electrical engineering because for me it's most interesting. But that depends on the student. Maybe most of the students find more interesting to build off things rather than just doing simulations about electrical stuff. So yeah.
Okay, so it's solely depending on student. And I suppose with that Common Entry Engineering degree, studying all 3 elements, you have that extra little bit of time to explore your options and see which one that you actually want to go down. Lily, I'll come to you next. So civil engineering, engineering is sometimes perceived as being something that only males go into. So what's it like being a female in the course?
It's different. Look, there's three there's 3 girls in my course. Out of 28 of us, it's extremely male dominant. But you know what? Once you get stuck in and you kind of know it, to be honest, like I know myself looking at it, I went to an all-girls school, both primary and secondary, and straight into it, like a course with 2 other girls was very daunting, and it's very kind of like get on with the boys, won't I? I hadn't had the experience of being in kind of classes with males, and you know, like everyone is kind of, you know, males and females are different, especially the way they learn and stuff. And I was very nervous, especially on the first day. And you go in, and you know what? It's I must say, like, it's very good crack, especially the way it's very male dominant. Like the boys are so much more relaxed, and there's no kind of uptight, none of them, there's no tension or anything, there's no, you know, I'm very happy with my decision to go into kind of a male dominant course. Look, civil engineering is very math based and physics. Like they're my 2 favorite subjects in school, and that's kind of why I chose to go straight into civil engineering and not do a common entry, so I knew what I wanted to do. I know some people, it would put them off kind of being in a male dominant course, especially coming from an all girls school. Myself, look, I wasn't really phased. I was kind of like, you know, if it's what I want to do, I'm not going to let, just because I'm not in a class with very many girls, because they're all boys, I'm not going to let that put me off. And I would say I would say to everyone, like, don't let that put you off just because it is male dominant. Definitely kind of, if it's what you want to do, go for it. It's different, but for me, I find it better because it's easier to get on with them all, and there's no kind of groupiness and stuff. Everyone gets on, and I'd highly recommend kind of if it's something you want to do, but just because it's male dominant is putting you off, I'd definitely say you need more civil engineers that are girls as well in the industry. I know I've been out on site with an engineering company, and they've always said like civil engineering and girls is very hard to come by, and they need more girls on site. So I would recommend it to anyone kind of who loves maths and physics. Definitely go for it.
Yeah, that's a good insight. And even because you're saying that you came from an all-girls primary school and secondary school, and then that little change, but you seem to have settled in very well into the class, so that's a really positive sign. Ellen, then what about building surveying? You were talking about like different projects and stuff, so can you talk us through some of the practical elements that you'd be doing on the course?
Before like COVID not happened in first year, the lecturers would take us out and we'd actually look at buildings and survey them. So we would get like first-hand experience of what a surveyor would do, and we would also be with the architectural technologists and the construction managers. They'd be doing the same thing as well. And a lot of the modules were similar to that, or we'd have to go out on our own and take pictures of the college of any defects or anything like that. It's very interesting actually.
Great. So again, it's that whole hands-on experience. Ben, I'll come back to you then. So civil engineering, Lily was saying that you have to be good at maths. If you're not too strong in it, would you struggle in the course?
I think so, because a lot of it is just like taking formulas and trying to put these into them. But then like sometimes you're gonna come across ones that are going to be difficult, and you're going to have to try to manipulate formulas and try to work out how to get it. So I think like maths is probably the biggest thing you need to be even half good at, because you can go some ways to being good at it, but you have to be almost there, because it's so heavy maths based. But I love maths, so it didn't really affect me too much. So.
Okay. Well, I know that for the if you are struggling with maths, then there is kind of an extra exam that you can do before entering the college if you have.
And the Maths Learning Centre is there as well. The Maths Learning Centre is there. We used it, I think, in first year. We were a couple of us, because the maths was sort of a higher level than the Leaving Cert, so a couple of us were struggling, so a couple of us did use it. And a couple of mature students actually had to use the Maths Learning Centre in first year, because they didn't haven't done maths like that in so long as well. So
Yeah, and for anyone who may be only tuning in now or who has been watching since earlier on today, you will know that the Maths Learning Centre, we discussed it within the School of Informatics and Creative Arts, and that is a free service to students once you're registered. So it is definitely something that you should make use of if you need it in the college. Tan, then I'll come to you. So you mentioned that you did an internship in Germany. Did you feel that the work placement and the project work and all the practical elements that you had done in your course up until then really helped you then for the internship?
Yes, in a very large area as well, because before I went to internship in the college, we get to learn about like CAD modeling and also the workshop skills. They also teaches us about theories and stuff. All of these elements, they all come together and actually can be of use when you're in the industry. So yeah, it just works together. So it comes like
Brilliant. And then
yeah.
Kirby, can you tell us a little bit maybe about the facilities that are available to students for the Common Entry Engineering, so the labs that are available?
Well, currently we're just going to the mechanical lab, and it's just doing practical stuff like building a catapult and do different tests to make the catapult shoot a ball to a bin or something like that. It's very practical. But yeah, I think in the future when COVID is done, we might go presential classes to do electrical stuff or civil stuff even.
Okay, perfect. So there are loads of different facilities there and loads of different labs and workshops that you would use as a student studying on any of these courses. And Ellen, are the facilities slightly different then for the built environment?
We can still use labs, and there's a bit of maths as well, so we would use the Math Learning Centre as well.
Great. So they're kind of quite similar in that sense with the facilities then. So moving outside of the academic side of things, I know some of you are involved in different aspects of the college, whether it be event planning or different societies as well. So Ben, I might come to you first. So you're involved in one of the societies.
Yeah, at the beginning of my second year, so it was the year or just the year gone, 2019. Me and two other lads that were in mechanical, in mechanical fourth year, we decided to set up an engineering society. But obviously with the COVID, then it didn't really go. But at the start of it, we just had to go to Derek. Derek Crilly, who's the sport and societies officer, we sat down with him. We discussed, you have to write out a constitution and all this about your society and what your aims are. And then we went and we got a nice O'Neill's gear for everyone. So just kind of things like that. But our aim was to be able to go and do like events with all the engineering students or that. But obviously that never came true because of what happened. But hopefully next year we'll get that back off the ground. We can do something with that.
Brilliant. So it's simple enough to set up a society if you want to. So there are loads of different societies available in DkIT, but if there's not one there for you, then it is a simple enough process to go and set one up. Tan, I'll come to you then. So you're involved in the Airsoft Society. So you might talk to us a little bit about what you do there.
Yeah, I joined them in my first year. I've been there since 2017. Well, as the name suggests, we do airsoft, but we actually do more than that. Sometimes we go hiking, sometimes we go visit war museums and stuff. So it's airsoft society, but we do more than that. It's not just restricted or limited to airsoft only. We also did camping before COVID, and we actually went to play some airsoft together with other lads as well before that. So yeah, going with some friends is great fun who shares the same hobby. rather than going alone and stuff. Yeah.
And I suppose that's the thing about societies, because would the people in the Airsoft Society, they're not necessarily just people from your course.
Yeah, they comes in all different courses. Some you might even meet new friends along the way. Some that's out of college, some that has been working or something like that. It's just the process of doing sports and meeting new people. That's some might even come from Dublin or other colleges and stuff. So yeah, meeting lots of people, great fun. That's Airsoft Society.
Brilliant. So yeah, it's a great way of meeting new people and people who might have the same interests as you, but they're not necessarily studying on your course. Lily, then I'll come to you. So you're not in a society, but you're quite involved in helping out with events. Is that right?
Yeah. So I think it was the second week maybe of our kind of, obviously I'm in first year, is the second week of college. We kind of got an email from the student union, and it was kind of different committees and stuff that you could kind of sign up to. And we had a group chat, and I spoke to the lads on my course, and obviously the other two girls, and I would be kind of one of the more vocal in my course. I'd be kind of the one that would kind of voice opinions, and kind of from day one, I kind of, if there was any problems, people would kind of look at me and go, well, you email a lecturer and stuff like that. So I put my name down for a class rep, and no one else wanted to go for it. So luckily then I got elected. And then we had our first class rep meeting, which was all the class reps from every year from all the buildings, along with the student union. And each building has to have a representative for each, for three of the committees. So there's a RAG committee, there's a welfare committee, and then there's another committee. It's kind of like event organising and stuff. So the engineering building had, someone else did the event one, and then I decided to put my name down for wellbeing and for the RAG committee, and I kind of just got involved that way. Sports and stuff wouldn't be kind of my gig, not something I'm into, but I would be very kind of vocal, and I'd rather kind of plan things and kind of organise fundraisers and stuff like that. So that's what kind of made me go for it. So look, we've had a couple of meetings about RAG Week. Obviously it's not going to be the same this year because of COVID, and look, like it's hard being a first year, and so like kind of getting involved with stuff like this is kind of helping you meet new people and kind of realise that it's going to be different from now on. And obviously getting involved in the student rep kind of helps you get to know other people in the college, and you're not just getting to know people on your course that you're seeing every day. At the same time, that can kind of turn into names on the screen as well. But it kind of just gets you involved in the college and gets you involved in knowing kind of what's going on as well. And you don't feel like you're kind of left in the dust, you know, that kind of way. And you can give information to everyone else in your class then about everything that's going on, and you can kind of be like, it's kind of like a messenger from the student union to your kind of class and your building. And it just kind of helps you get involved a bit. If you're not into sports and side, I'd really recommend kind of getting involved in committees like welfare committee or the RAG Week committee and stuff like that, and kind of going for student rep if you're like me and you kind of voice your opinions and you're kind of forward thinking and forward speaking.
Great. So there's loads of different things that you can get involved in outside of the classroom, obviously, and even if you're like Lily there and you're not into the sports and that side of things, then there are loads of different things that you can get involved in. Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for today for this session. So guys, thank you very much for joining me today. So if anybody wants any more information on the courses that we've just talked about, do remember you can pop over to the courses section and all the information is there, the points that you need, if there's any specific entry requirements that you need as well. And we also have our live chat function still going, so if you have any questions, pop them in there and a member of staff will get back to you.
So my name is Niall Clarkin, and I'm a third year construction management student here in DkIT, and I'm from Castlebellingham in County Louth. Construction management, it's a 4-year course in the level 8 and 3 years in the level 7. It's a hands-on experience with a good mix of practical and there's a theory side to it, and has a 12-week work experience placement. So you get to go out and get a feel for the industry that you could be going into and decide, is this what I want to do? So there's the modules that we cover would range from construction technology, which includes your drawing aspects, to the health and safety side. We even have financial modules which cover the money aspect, because construction manager, you'll be covering wide range of work on the site. There's the health and safety is a big module, because safety in Ireland very important on the building site. Then you have more of the group projects. We do a project in second year, and it involves working with the students from the architectural course. So you're getting a wide range of aspects. We have a lot of modules including law, and that sets you up. You have to know the ins and outs of what you're getting into. Everything's above board. And then it goes from law, it can go to environmental aspect of construction, the changing world that we're in. And it's showing you all these new technologies, the advancements, and this sets you up for the future. I think this course would appeal to someone who is hands-on, good with problem solving, and of course has an interest in construction itself and how things are built and how projects are run, and want to study this. The course isn't just theory. There's a lot of practical elements to it. There's surveying, there's surveying, measured surveys. There's measured surveys, which you'll be outside on campus setting up, using the instruments, learning how to use them, getting a feel for them, for when you could go out on site, on your work experience, how to use this technology. And we have a lot of up-to-date software in the college to use. And then there's also computer-based modules where you're using the latest software, such as BIM, and you're using Autodesk and CAD, and you're starting from scratch, and you learn. You might go in and you might think you don't know how to use it, but week by week you put it together, and you'll slowly know how to use the software, and that'll be a good skill coming out of college, knowing how to use the latest software. I think the great thing about studying in DkIT is the campus size. With the small, our classes aren't huge, they're nice and small. You get to know everyone, your lecturers, if you have a problem, you can go talk to them. It's easy to discuss things because everyone knows each other. And you get on, it helps for a social aspect, making friends, people have an interest. The course is small, you can talk to people, and you just have a good time, get to know everyone.
Hi everyone, my name is Amy McSweeney and I'm an architectural technology student currently in second year, and I am from Swords in County Dublin. So this is a 3-year course with a 1-year add-on to complete a level 8 of architectural technology. So architectural technology is practically architecture and engineering combined. Architectural technologists, they work along architects, and they are the science behind the design. So they make sure that it can be made a reality. And they, after you graduate with an architectural technology degree, the architectural technologist is a career in itself. And the course itself is very hands-on. A lot of it is CA based. So you'll be out in the field. There's not a lot of sitting down, listening to a lecturer. There's a lot of drawing involved and going outside and actually hands-on experience with stuff that you would do in your career after graduating. Some of the modules in the architectural technology course are quite hands-on. There's a course, construction technology, which is drawing. So you'll be drawing a lot of different things. So if you enjoyed tech graphics in secondary school, this will definitely apply to you. There's also, we would work with computers and we would run a program called AutoCAD.
which is 2D drawing on the computer. There's also a bit of maths involved as well, because again, we are kind of the science behind the design, so we have to make sure that everything adds up and everything can be kind of made, made into reality. We also have some labs. We have material technology, which is the science behind materials. So there's a little bit of chemistry, but only a little. So we would do some labs with the strength of bricks, and we would make concrete as well. There's also a module that we're able to express our creativity a little bit. It's called Design and Creativity. This module lets us kind of express our designs on paper. And there's some projects in there where we're able to design a kiosk, or there's a model building in that as well. And one of the other kind of hands-on modules is called Measured Surveys, which you'd go out and you'd kind of measure buildings. So you'd actually just measure and survey the building or the land that the building is on. So a lot of it is pretty hands-on, and it's great because you get to go outside and you'll be able to get into the fresh air, do all that. And there's not a lot of sitting down and kind of listening to the lecture. There's a lot of getting up, doing it hands-on, learning while doing. This course is definitely for the people who are kind of more on the creative side, but also have a little bit of a maths mind. For myself, since I was younger, I always wanted to do engineering. Thought engineering was always for me. Went to college for engineering and ended up not liking it. It was mainly all maths. It didn't have that kind of creative leeway that I was looking for. And I remember talking to a lecturer and saying how they used to always say in engineers, if you played with Legos when you were younger, you're kind of engineering mind. But in my head, he was saying, I used to play Minecraft and Sims when I was younger, and my favorite part was building the houses, like making sure that the house had good flow, it was open plan. It kind of made me realize that I kind of wanted to have a more creative leeway with my course. So I started looking into architecture, and architecture technology came up, and it was creativity and maths combined, which kind of has me written all over it. So I definitely went towards that. So if you like to have your designs, you like to kind of see your designs like in real life, and you also like the science behind it, kind of making sure that, oh, this definitely could be built in real life, or this kitchen is definitely in the right placement and everything like that. This course is definitely for you. As I said previously, architecture technology course is a lot of hands-on. So you'll be out and you'll be measuring on site and everything like that. You learn a lot of new skills. Like before I started this course, I didn't even know what a level was, and you probably don't either, but you will. And now I know how to set one up. I know how to read it and everything, and it's brilliant to kind of expand your skills, and they help in real world and your career choice as well. There's also work placement in third year. So you do one semester of work placement, but you're not just thrown in blind. We do have a module the second half of second year, which prepares you for all the work placement. So you'll be able to know what companies you get to go to, what work you'll be doing, and what you'll expect for that whole semester. As someone who lives in Dublin and goes to college in Dundalk, there's a few people who would ask me, like, why would you go all the way to Dundalk? And to be honest, I love that campus. I love going up every morning to go into the campus. Everything is in one spot. There's loads of coffee shops you're able to go and meet your friends and everything. And I met some amazing friends that are all from all over Ireland on campus, and they're in my course. The campus itself is like amazing. I would go up every day if I could. And the classrooms are brilliantly spaced as well, and the campus is brilliantly laid out and everything. And the lectures in college, like, I would sit down and have a coffee with any of them, not a bother. I could go up and ask them any question. I don't feel scared to kind of speak up and ask like, I don't understand this, or can you go over that again? Everything like that. As class rep as well, you get to have a relationship with the lecturers as practically the voice of your class. So a class rep is there to kind of voice any concerns or anything brought up for the class. So if anyone had a problem with something, they would go to you, and then you would go to the appropriate lecturer, or you'd have a phone call or a meeting or something. It is great having your CV as class rep, because it shows that you have leadership skills and you can work with people, and you can work with anyone really. And that's why I have a great relationship with some of the lecturers, because I just go up and go, someone mentioned this and they're a bit concerned, and they go, yep, 100%, and they sort it out. And practically you're the voice of the class, you know. You like to kind of engage in everyone. You get to meet everyone in your class as well, because everyone kind of knows you as class reps. So then you kind of get to know everyone else in the class. So it's a great way to kind of know everyone in your class. Because I know it's a bit daunting sometimes when you're put in a classroom, you don't know anyone there, and you kind of have to vote for like a class rep or something like that. But it's kind of a great kind of gateway into kind of getting to know everyone and making friends in your course as well.
Hi, my name is Ellen. I am in my second year of BSc on Building Surveying, and I'm from Castleblaney, County Monaghan. So Building Surveying is a 4-year course, and it basically just trains people to become professional surveyors, and you would work both on site and in the office. And basically you would write reports on how to maintain and repair buildings. You usually would work on older sites, but you can work on new sites. So it's very broad and it's like very interesting. There's a lot with building surveying. In first year there was so much drawing. I really liked it, and there's a bit of math as well. But if you're not good at those, the lecturers would always be there to help you. So really don't worry about that. And there's also fire safety and fire control, which I find really interesting. It is quite difficult, but once you get your head around it, it's really interesting. And there's also how to like spot any defects in a building, and how like you have to be so precise, and it's very designed orientated, so it's really interesting. So this course is nearly anyone can do it. If you love drawing and don't mind maths, well then this course is for you, because the maths is quite difficult, but the lecturers will be there and you really understand it once they help you, and vice versa. Like, it's very interesting. And if you're very detail orientated, well then this course is definitely for you. So building surveying is very split between both theory and practical. There's a lot of practical, so if you learn from doing, well then this course is definitely for you. In first year, there was a lot of the time we would just go outside and look at buildings and survey them and get measurements of them. It was so much fun. Or we'd walk around DkIT, and if we can find any defects at all or measure things, it was very interesting. It was really fun. And and then in third year as well, there's going to be placement, which I haven't done yet, but I'm very excited to see what it's like and really see what it was going to be like in a professional setting as well. DkIT is really an amazing place to study, because even though the campus is quite big compared to maybe like a secondary school, it's really not as big as some other colleges. And if you do get lost, you could literally ask anybody and they would be very happy to at least try and help. the lecturers are always there, like they're always so nice to me, and if you try, like they will see that and they will help you as much as they can. The classmates as well, like I just have to say they're all fantastic. Like for me, I was quite shy, like, and I'd nearly not want to talk to anyone when I first started, but everyone was so nice and I just felt at home. It was just really nice as well. And I actually, because I really wanted to come out of being shy, so I decided to become a class rep as well. So just so I could be the voice of students and to try and help my classmates in building surveying as much as I can. So even if you're really shy, like you can still really like try and become part of the college as well. So in building surveying, there is so many opportunities for work. I'm only in second year, so I'm not 100% sure like what path I want to take yet. But there's so much, such as design, and we're really taught to be a professional building surveyor, so that's really good. There's project management, fire safety, environment, and you could even be become a secondary school teacher if you wanted to. So building surveying is a very male orientated course. So, and I was very nervous because I was like, oh, I'm going to be the only girl, and how am I going to talk to these people, and honestly, when I got there, there's out of 15 building surveyors, there's 2 girls, and all the lads, they're so kind, and we all just have the crack. So really there's no need to be worrying about that. Like I was really shy, and just everyone's so friendly and you feel at home as well. So it's really nice.
Thank you for joining our CAO information morning. I hope you found the event useful ahead of the CAO closing date. Some deadlines to remember for you are the CAO closes at 5:15 on the 1st of February, and here and there applications must be completed by the 1st of March, with all supporting documentation being sent off by March 15th. Don't forget that we have our competition running for a chance to win a pair of Apple AirPods. And if you have any further questions, feel free to get in touch with us. We look forward to welcoming you to DkIT for your future.
Hi there, my name is Catherine Staunton and I'm the Careers Officer here in DkIT. The Careers and Employability Centre is made up of 2 main areas: careers development and student work placement. Essentially, our job is to help students become self-aware, resourceful and work-ready graduates. We do this in a number of different ways. With over 90% of our graduates in employment or further study, we know we've got a track record of success with our DkIT graduates. There are a range of one-to-one and group supports available to you from the Careers and Employability Centre. Our one-to-one appointments are available to you for career guidance, advice and support. We have a range of career skills workshops, including CV and interview preparation, developing an online profile such as LinkedIn, help with understanding yourself better, your values, your motivations, your career interests by completing online psychometric tests. We also provide advice in a range of other areas, including completing online job search, helping you secure graduate jobs, summer internships and a range of other volunteering opportunities. The Careers and Employability Centre has a range of online supports available through our dedicated careers portal, careersconnect.dkit.ie. We also have a range of resources available on our dedicated careers page on Moodle. The Careers Connect website is a really important portal for you to become familiar with. This is where you go to book online appointments, to be able to explore and book a place on our workshops and events. This is where we have a range of resources to help you with your career development, including CV templates, access to online assessments, and a range of different tools and supports to help you engage with your job search. Further employment engagement opportunities are available to you here on campus and online, including careers fairs, which can take place on campus or virtually, careers insights days, employers presentations, and often guest speakers coming back who are DkIT alumni sharing their stories and their experiences with you. We work closely with your academic lecturers to help you develop further employability skills. We deliver presentations to your class. We work with employers in developing tailored events to help you develop those employability skills. The Careers and Employability Centre is a dedicated team of professionals in the area of careers development and placement. We have 2 careers advisors, myself and my colleague Anthony Murray, and we have a team of 5 placement officers headed up by Joyce O'Hara. The key benefits of our service are that we provide confidential, impartial advice and guidance on your own career development. This is your own plan, and we work with you where you're at to help you get closer to where it is you want to go. Another key benefit of our service is to help you break your degree down into a suite of skills, technical and soft skills, which you can easily communicate to future employers. Every student who graduates from DkIT should graduate with some career basics. These include an effective CV, experience in conducting interviews, an ability to conduct job search both online and offline, and a strong online profile. It's important to note that employers value all aspects of your life, not just your college and academic work. So here at the Careers and Employability Centre, we do encourage you to get involved in a range of different activities here on campus and off campus. You can access our service in a range of different ways. Online, log on to our dedicated careers portal, careersconnect.dkit.ie. You can email us directly, careers@dkit.ie, or you can phone us on 042 93 70 243. You can of course drop into the Careers and Employability Centre, which is located in Student Services in the Faulkner building, just down from the MPC. We also have a dedicated suite of resources available to you on the career section on the Moodle page. In light of COVID-19, all of our services are available to you online and virtually. Our appointments are available to you virtually via Microsoft Teams, and you can book that online via careersconnect.dkit.ie. Our careers workshops and skills and presentation events will be available to you virtually also, and you can book these by going on to careersconnect.dkit.ie. We are offering a limited number of face-to-face appointments on a weekly basis. These will be 15 minutes in duration and will be conducted in line with COVID-19 regulations. You need to book these appointments online, via email, or by phoning us in advance. If for any reason you're feeling unsure about your course choice, maybe thinking about transferring, deferring, or withdrawing, we do really encourage you to come down and speak to a careers advisor here in DkIT's Careers and Employability Centre to help you with your decision making.